Please don't kill yourself. I'm talking to you, and I don't pretend to know everything that you've been through. But if it's shame you feel, just know that I've sinned too. And if it's pain you're feeling, just know that that's something I went through. I don't know your story, but I know you and me are a lot alike. So let me talk to you for a minute while I got this mic. I was 18 when I pulled a gun out. At the time it felt like my options had run out. So I put that barrel to my chest and I pulled the trigger halfway. I tried to muster up the courage to put myself away that day. But halfway into that trigger pull I stopped. Tears flooded my eyes and that pistol dropped. And I sat in my room and I sobbed for an hour. On the outside I was fine, on the inside a coward. The noise of my depression had gotten louder and louder. I had planned a way out in a baptism shower of gunpowder. I'd been lied to just like you're being lied to now. Other people can't help you, but I might know how. Because I've walked in your shoes and I've been at my lowest. And if you don't know anything, know this. You might tell me you're gonna kill yourself and you're close to this, but God wants to meet you in the middle of your hopelessness. God wants to give you a way out of these feelings of doubt. And the sounds of chaos might be reverberating around you like heavy metal. But confusion isn't from God, it's straight from the devil. And he wants to silence the noise and bring peace to you. And I promise if you just ask him, he'll see you through. You got to this place because you tried fighting your own fight. And where did that get you except contemplating about taking your own life? And if you got bullied to this point, I'm sorry you went through that. But God wants to take those words from your attackers and send them back. You don't have to be defined by what people said about you. Let me pick you up if you don't know how to. You're not alone, man, you got a friend in me. You got better days ahead of you, I just pray you begin to see. Know that everything the devil did to you, he wants you to replay. But everything the devil took from you, God wants to replace. Listen to me right now and you better look me right in the face. You were created for more than to die in this place. Don't do it, man, please don't take your life. Just take my hand and we'll make this right. I promise you if you do this, you'll regret it. You'll wake up in eternity and remember I said it. And you wish so bad you could just go back. I'm here for you right now, please just know that. And if you think you're alone in this fight, you've been lied to. That depression came after me and I nearly died too. I thought suicide was the only way and death was meant for me. The devil played his music and I sat front row through that symphony. I walked through the fire and I felt that heat, but I pushed past the clutter and I stood to my feet. I walked out and I refused to look back. I took my depression and threw it right back into that wood stack. And that fire must have blazed 50 feet high. And now I plan on leaving a legacy to look back on someday when I die. And right now I'm telling you to stand up too. Deep down inside you know it's the right thing to do. Think about your family, think about you. Don't kill yourself, please don't do it. Whatever you're facing, God will see you through it. I had a fan kill himself and his mom asked if I could come see her. She was depressed and asked if I could meet her. 2 weeks later the depression beat her. She ran into a telephone pole without a seatbelt and a two-seater. And I wish right now I could crawl through these speakers and somehow convince you not to go the same route she did. I wish I could change the fact that you feel defeated. I wish I could lock my arms around you and tell the devil to beat it. But I can't reach everyone even though I do my best to try. Some people believe the lie that it's just best to die, and they think it's the simple way out. But they're not here to see the way things play out. They don't see the hurt they cause, the pain they leave. I take this seriously, this isn't a game to me. Even thinking about ending your life is living dangerously. So please just listen to my voice. Right now you have a choice. You can choose life or you can get drowned by the noise. Please don't do it. Please just ask for help. If not for your family, do it for yourself. Please don't kill yourself. I'm talking to you, And I don't pretend to know everything that you've been through. But if it's shame you feel, just know that I've sinned too. And if it's pain you're feeling, just know that that's something I went through. I don't know your story, but I know you and me are a lot alike. So let me talk to you for a minute while I got this mic. I was 18 when I pulled a gun out. At the time, it felt like my options had run out. So I put that barrel to my chest and I pulled the trigger halfway. I tried to muster up the courage to put myself away that day. But halfway into that trigger pull, I stopped. Tears flooded my eyes and that pistol dropped. And I sat in my room and I sobbed for an hour. On the outside I was fine, on the inside a coward. The noise of my depression had gotten louder and louder. I had planned a way out in a baptism shower of gunpowder. I'd been lied to just like you're being lied to now. Other people can't help you, but I might know how. Because I've walked in your shoes and I've been at my lowest. And if you don't know anything, know this. You might tell me you're gonna kill yourself and you're close to this, but God wants to meet you in the middle of your hopelessness. God wants to give you a way out of these feelings of doubt. And the sounds of chaos might be reverberating around you like heavy metal. But confusion isn't from God, it's straight from the devil. And he wants to silence the noise and bring peace to you. And I promise if you just ask him, he'll see you through. You got to this place because you tried fighting your own fight. And where did that get you except contemplating about taking your own life? And if you got bullied to this point, I'm sorry you went through that. But God wants to take those words from your attackers and send them back. You don't have to be defined by what people said about you. Let me pick you up if you don't know how to. You're not alone, man. You got a friend in me. You got better days ahead of you. I just pray you begin to see. Know that everything the devil did to you, he wants you to replay. But everything the devil took from you, God wants to replace. Listen to me right now, and you better look me right in the face. You were created for more than to die in this place. Don't do it, man. Please don't take your life. Just take my hand and we'll make this right. I promise if you do this, you'll regret it. You'll wake up in eternity and remember I said it. And you wish so bad you could just go back. I'm here for you right now, please just know that. And if you think you're alone in this fight, you've been lied to. That depression came after me and I nearly died too. I thought suicide was the only way and death was meant for me. The devil played his music and I sat front row through that symphony. I walked through the fire and I felt that heat, but I pushed past the clutter and I stood to my feet. I walked out and I refused to look back. I took my depression and threw it right back into that wood stack. And that fire must have blazed 50 feet high. And now I plan on leaving a legacy to look back on someday when I die. And right now I'm telling you to stand up too. Deep down inside you know it's the right thing to do. Think about your family, think about you. Don't kill yourself, please don't do it. Whatever you're facing, God will see you through it. I had a fan kill himself and his mom asked if I could come see her. She was depressed and asked if I could meet her. 2 weeks later the depression beat her. She ran into a telephone pole without a seatbelt and a two-seater. And I wish right now I could crawl through these speakers and somehow convince you not to go the same route she did. I wish I could change the fact that you feel defeated. I wish I could lock my arms around you and tell the devil to beat it. But I can't reach everyone even though I do my best to try. Some people believe the lie that it's just best to die, and they think it's the simple way out. But they're not here to see the way things play out. They don't see the hurt they cause and the pain they leave. I take this seriously. This isn't a game to me. Even thinking about ending your life is living dangerously. So please just listen to my voice.
I want us all to take a moment to think about the seriousness of this situation in which someone in the Nintendo community right now is thinking about suicide. Nintendine is considering ending his own life because all of his sales predictions about the Switch 2, about Nintendo, about gaming in general have just proven to be completely fake. I I've had issues with Nintendine in the past. I've been very critical of this individual. I have spoken out several times about his behavior, his attitude, and his actions. But I would never condone for him to kill himself. So let us all take a moment to just remind ourselves that human life is sacred, that this is all just about video games, and that it isn't worth ending your own life simply because your YouTube channel has become a joke. Let us all take a moment to appreciate our lives and everything that we have. Let us think about our families. Let us think about everything we have in our lives. Let us think about how lucky we are to be alive. Thank you. This is not a situation I take lightly. This is something that I feel very strongly about, something that I feel we should speak out against, that we should acknowledge, that we should take seriously. Suicide is a very serious thing and is something that we should never, ever wish upon anyone. And that is something I believe in very deeply. That is something I put forward wholeheartedly, and it's something that I will express to you now is that Nintendine should not kill himself over what has happened over the past day. Um, this is, of course, something I take very seriously, and I'm sorry for starting this video and starting on such a somber note, but it really does need to be said that this is absolutely a serious issue and should be addressed going forward. All right. Thank you for bearing with me. So let's talk about the day's events. Why exactly? Let's see. Why exactly is Nintendine thinking about suicide? Well, the simple fact of the matter is that Nintendo has released their official sales numbers for the Nintendo Switch. 17 million units shipped to retailers, which essentially, within the next couple of weeks means 17 million units sold to customers. And Nintendo is coping about this because this is a huge number. This is huge. This is a huge success story. This demonstrates that everything I was saying was right, that the Switch 2 was doing very, very well, and that everything he was saying was wrong. And now he's kind of coping and seething about it. He's made a couple of videos over the last couple of days, kind of downplaying the situation, acknowledging like that he was wrong, but he's trying to spin it in a way where, like, well, actually, Nintendo is actually they're doing really badly. Like, it's he's trying to cope, he's trying to seethe, he's trying to keep the grift going, and it's simply it's sad that he's spending his life doing this. It really, truly is. So let's take a look at what he has to say about like the recent
Not
events.
sure who made this, but it made me laugh. All right, I'm not sure who made this, but it made me laugh, and I found it on Demich's page, so shout out to Demich. Anyway, so I was wrong. Not about everything, not even about most things, but about
Oh,
enough. I had some
about enough. Oh, yeah, about most things. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like about enough thing? Like no, I was right about most things. No, like you weren't. Like, and everyone's been expressly telling you this that like no, you weren't right about a single thing. Like again, this is just like what? What is he talking about?
predictions about the potential sell-through numbers on a worldwide scale for the Nintendo Switch 2, and I was off. I think Japan, Europe, and the Americas kind of lined up to exactly what I expected, but
No, they
that
didn't.
other
No,
category
they did. You were saying that like only Japan Okay, so what everyone else was doing was saying that like only Japan was buying the Switch 2, and that the Americas and especially Europe weren't interested in it. And I acknowledged that wasn't true, and it turns out I was right. You were wrong. So shut up, Nintendo.
Kind of blindsided me again. So there's still plenty of data to analyze, and I am going to analyze it. But from the very
By the way, according to the numbers I saw, I didn't look thoroughly at the numbers. The Switch 2 did sell more in America than it than it did in Japan, which is kind of amazing considering the narrative.
beginning, my intention through all of this was that it would lead to some kind of backlash that would hopefully make Nintendo treat the customers better. It was meant to be a discussion against corporate greed, a fight against blind consumerism, and I hope that there would be value in the discussions that we had, even if ultimately it didn't mean anything and Nintendo was going to go about it business as usual. The reality, though, is that it was never in my intention to mislead anybody. I am just a random dude.
That is a load of crap. There have been so many times over the past couple of weeks where like I've watched a Nintendo video and I'm just like, this is just straight up not true. Okay, it's not him misrepresenting the data. It's not him being misleading. It's not him like taking things out of context. He's straight up just lying to his audience. Like we have seen this several times over the past several weeks. Okay, and like now that he's gotten exposed, Arlo, too. Well, his alternate channel Arlo, like that channel uploaded a video saying that like, oh yeah, Nintendo's gonna have a rough 2026, and then they released the official numbers, and like the narrative completely collapsed. So like, what are these guys gonna do? They were telling us that like Mario Kart World's not gonna succeed, it's not gonna do well, and it's like 14 million units sold. Like, who are they trying to fool?
Looking at numbers at the end of the day. And as long as I felt the discussion that I was pushing forward was following things in the correct manner, and things were heading in the right direction, then I would continue to push this discussion as far as I needed to, as long as I believed in the end goal. And the end goal for me was always a price drop so that Nintendo could be affordable for the majority of its fandom. And I could no longer...
What are you talking about? $450 is perfectly reasonable. Like, who do you think you are? like, what are you talking about? Like, Nintendo fans can't pay more than a couple of $100 for a console. Like, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Like, people pay twice that amount for their phones, okay? The tablets I'm looking at are like twice that price, right? Like over twice that price. So like you're gonna sit there and tell me that like Nintendo Switch 2 can't possibly succeed, that it can't do well, that it's failing, and like the reality is you're just making everything up. Like,
in good conscience, attempt to mislead anybody into assuming that a price drop is going to come from Nintendo. That's not going to happen. They sold through 15 million consoles in the first year. That puts them at what, around an 85% sell-through rate?
Okay. Like, I love how he's trying to push this meme that like the Switch 2 only sold 15 million units. Like, let's ignore the fact that that's still very expensive. That's still very, very good. That's still like the fastest selling console ever. And the 17 million units shipped, like those are to ship to retailers, so those are going to sell anyway. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh man, ship not sold. Like, ship not sold was an issue when like Sony was doing that to like pretend that they were outselling the Wii back in like 2010, 2011, 2012. Like, it's a problem when Sony does it, but like when Nintendo says that like, yeah, we shipped 17 million units to retailers, you can reasonably assume that that 17 million units is going to be sold. I would not be surprised if like we've already hit that number after the cutoff date for the last quarter. So like, anyway, it's not a big deal at all.
By my own metrics and by my own arguments, that is too successful of a first year to assume anything would change in the following year. Even if there's a massive drop-off over the next few months, which I still think is very feasible. Even if the Circana data...
Yeah, there's going to be a massive drop-off after all the games start coming out. After we get Pokepia, after we get Tamagotchi, after we get Fire Emblem, after we get the Nintendo Direct. Yeah, there's going to be a massive drop-off after the console became the fastest selling ever. Like, this is a cope. This is what they always do. is that every time Nintendo sets like record-setting numbers, they're just like, "Oh, just you wait! Like the sales are going to go down eventually, and they're going to have to they're going to have to release a new piece of hardware that won't be as successful." They did that with the Switch, and they're going to do that with the Switch 2 as well. I said that like all last generation. I really laid out the common tactics for these people, and it is remarkable, really, seeing how this plays out.
It comes out in 3 weeks and it ends up being the worst January that we've seen since the Wii U days, I think Nintendo has done just enough to get by through the next year. And that's even if within 6 months they are no longer considered the fastest selling console in history. And I want to say that because I want to be.
Is he implying that like some other console is going to come out in the next 6 months and like replace Switch's like fastest selling console like title? It's like, what are you talking about? Like it's already like established itself as that console. Like the sales aren't going to massively drop off over the next year. Like they keep saying this is like, oh, just wait until the sales stop coming, or like wait until they start raising prices. Furukawa actually, I think Furukawa actually officially confirmed today that the Switch 2 will not be raising prices. Which is another thing that I think Review Tech USA and this guy aren't really addressing, is that their predictions that the price of the Switch 2 would go up have been completely and utterly debunked. So
be very clear to my audience. I want you guys to understand my intentions as I continue to make content. Before, I was doing this because I believed there was an end goal. I was enjoying it. I was having a great time. I still am having a great time. But the end goal was always in front of me, and it was a primary focus that I had. But if I no longer believe that there's going to be a price drop, I want to make sure that's very clear and very understood to you guys. The Nintendo Switch 2 sold through more in 2025 than I would have imagined they could manage. They did so with discounts on a worldwide scale, obviously, but they still sold.
Oh, discounts on a worldwide sale. They keep saying this, but like it's just a giant cope. Like, what are you talking about? Like, when they say drop the price, they mean like Nintendo dropping the official price points like worldwide because it's too expensive everywhere. Like, basically, what they're talking about when they say that, like, well, some regions like lowered the price, like it was because of like retail sales or like things like that. It wasn't because of like Nintendo's like, oh no, we're not selling enough. We have to lower the price. Like, didn't fucking happen anywhere. Okay, like it's just unbelievable.
Enough, whether I like it or not. But I also kind of want to address a few things that I think are worth addressing. I never intended for this discussion to be a magnet for toxicity. I believe in boycotts, but boycotts only work when there's enough people power behind it. Maybe one day more people will believe Nintendo and more of these gaming companies have gone too far. But for now,
Okay, Nintendo. If you hate other Nintendo gaming companies as well, why don't you have a channel talking about them? That's my problem with this co-op, because you see like real life fake wizard do this too. Gandalf the Gay. You see all these people say like, oh yeah, Nintendo and all of the other companies are exploiting us, and I'm just like, where are all the videos like talking about the other companies? Like, unless it's something really egregious, like unless something becomes a meme, like Borderlands 4 becoming unplayable, like you don't hear people talking about these companies and what they're doing at all. It's always just hyperbolic, making shit up about Nintendo, like all the time.
People are forgiving towards corporate greed, and they like buying overpriced stuff more than I expected, at least. I still very much stand by my belief that this channel was part of a healthy conversation that consumers should be having, even if I was wrong about my sales predictions. Because the cause was right. This is going to sound kind of cheesy, but I don't want to live in a world where there are no Nintendines, because that's just a world that completely owns us. Even if I'm shouting into the void, at least I am shouting into the void and it's resonating with some people out there. If all of this rabble-rousing means that the next time Nintendo has to think a little longer before raising prices, then I'm all for it. I'm not saying that I had the effect. I'm not saying that any of us will have that effect. But I clearly tapped into some widespread feelings amongst a lot of Nintendo fans and gave it a bigger voice. As far as this channel is concerned,
Does he have any actual Nintendo fans like in his community? Like that's my thing about Nintendo, is that like if you look at his comment section, it seems like it's a lot of steamies and a lot of people who just hate Nintendo. Okay, it's like it's that demographic. It's not actual Nintendo fans, right? And that's the trend you keep seeing with these channels, whether it's like Clownfish TV or like On the Arc or like Side Scrollers. They aren't really fans of the company. They're just drifters who are trying to like make a quick buck, like spurging about the company.
I'm still just going to make content that I want to make. Naturally, a lot of it will be focused on Nintendo. I'm probably going to be spending a lot more time focusing on my retrospective channel, mostly because, well, Nintendo is not releasing enough games. So
Wrong. They have plenty of games. You are coping. You are delusional.
I gotta talk about something. Also, I've been wanting to kind of move all of these old retrospectives that I have on my main channel over to that one, but I want to re-record
So this is what the grift is that like he builds up a community shit talking Nintendo to get an audience going, and then he tries to like shift over to doing like general gaming content. Like this is the grift. This is what he's trying to do.
because I have better quality equipment now. I just have no idea when that's going to happen. That might be my next project. I'm not sure. But this channel is going to keep being what it's been, in the sense that when I see something that I want to talk about, I'm going to come here and put a microphone in front of me and talk about it. It could be sales data, it could be gaming news, it could be a review about a game. I still have yet to buy a Nintendo Switch 2. I don't know when I will buy a Nintendo Switch 2, but I imagine...
So he's trying to say that like I don't own a Switch 2, guys. There's no games on this platform. Like again, this is why like if these people don't make okay, if these guys don't actually play the Nintendo games that come out, they can't adequately like cover them. And that's been a big problem with them this generation because like these guys like, you know, Mutahar got in trouble for this. Like, "Oh yeah, don't buy the Switch 2, guys. Boycott it. It's too overpriced." And then he goes out and gets it, right? Like they all did this, and they got a lot of pushback for it. So like people like Nintendo are now trying to say that like, "Oh yeah, I play Switch 2 games at my buddy's house with a rented copy that I didn't pay for." You know, like they just keep trying to like, you know, like try and present themselves as like, "Oh yeah, I play all these Nintendo games and I know how bad they are, and that's why I'm angry with the company." And it's just like this isn't gonna work either because you're still playing the game. Okay, it doesn't matter whether you play you pay for it or not because you're still promoting it and you're still talking about it and you're keeping the brand relevant. Like again, like this kind of contempt for Nintendo isn't destroying the company. Like it would be worse if you just straight up ignored them, right? And then like, you know, nobody would be talking about them, right? But like no, because of this hyperbolic bullshit, like you see Nintendo talked about in the gaming sphere all the time, and it's just kind of embarrassing.
Whenever I do that, it's going to be on this channel. I still have zero intention of giving Nintendo $1, and I'm kind of against praising anything on the Nintendo Switch 2 right now because even if I'm buying the stuff used, if I'm giving a good review of Bonanza, for example, that might lead to more people spending money towards Nintendo. So I'm obviously going to be...
Wait. So he's straight up acknowledging that he has like a bias against Nintendo. Like, "Oh, I can't go out and support Nintendo because that would be bad for my business. Like, I can't go out and do this because I want to boycott the company." Like, you know, like he's not representing the product well at all. You know, he's not acknowledging that, like, you know, stuff like Bonanza is good, stuff like Mario Kart World's good, that the Switch 2 as a product is good. He wants to push an agenda, and the only way he can see to do that is by, like, not buying a Switch 2 and not buying any Nintendo products. And it's just embarrassing. It's just cringy. It doesn't make any sense.
Focusing more on retro stuff, emulation, handheld gaming PCs in order to play Nintendo games, ROM hacks, fan games, or you might just get random gaming discussions where I yap about a memory or something completely pointless. I don't expect my channel to be as big in 2026 as it was in 2025. I expect it to actually drop down quite significantly, quite frankly.
Okay, yeah. So he's aware that he's become a meme, and he's gonna have to change his content. Yeah. Like again, Nintendo like he really jumped on like the Nintendo hate thing just to get.
I think there are a lot of people here that were
Um,
motivated by the cause, and if I'm coming out and just not making videos about Nintendo potentially moving towards a failure, then they probably will not be around for the rest of the content. But I think I made myself very clear back in April when I completely shifted from doing daily Mario retrospectives into covering Switch 2 stuff. The most important thing for me, in order to not get burnout when I YouTube, is that I enjoy the content that I'm making, and I enjoy the content by uploading what I want to upload. And that will always be the case whether the view count is at 500, 5,000, or 500,000. Ideally...
Okay. Are you gonna keep making Nintendo hate videos when the views dry up, Nintendo? Of course not. Like that's what this video is that you're acknowledging that like the Switch 2 hate well is drying up, that like, Timmy's falling down the well and like Lassie's gonna go get help, and like you just don't have anywhere to go from here, right? Like you just don't have anywhere to go. Like, and you're gonna try and pivot to general Nintendo content to try and keep yourself relevant, and it's just not gonna work. Like you think your channel is gonna keep growing exponentially like it has been. Like you are like a stillborn channel, okay? Like you hopped onto a meme. You tried to push yourself as the anti Nintendo Switch 2 guy, and in the end, that's all you are. Like you are a dead channel.
Enough of you will still be around where I can have some conversations in the comments. If we go down completely to zero, I might have to pivot. But, I mean, we really only need a couple dozen people. But to be clear, in case I didn't make it clear earlier, I still plan on covering Switch 2 sales and Switch 2 data. I am too deep into this to not continue to track it. And I absolutely want to do a deep dive analysis of the most recent quarterly reports. And I might still walk away with it with some predictions and conclusions that might anger some folks. But I want you guys to understand that I am no longer doing that because I believe there will be a price drop. I want that to be very clear. I was absolutely wrong about how many sales Nintendo would make in 2025. Even with the discounts worldwide, I didn't expect it to hit this number. Prior to the launch of the console, I did.
Hey man, when Harman Smith is wrong, it basically boils down to like believing a company when they said Nintendo censored them. When Nintendo is wrong, it's basically like misleading his audience into thinking the Switch 2 is going to fail and that they're going to have a massive price drop this year. Like, what?
Predict that they would reach their one-year forecast by the end of December. You can watch my video right before the console launched for that. But after it launched and over the past few months, I didn't think it would hit 15 million sold through to customers by the end of the first year. So I was ultimately wrong about that. Anyway, that's about all I got for right now. Will I be back later tonight for another upload? Maybe. I don't know. I'm still going through the quarterly report, and I don't want to rush the next video. Also, just before I leave, there was one more thing that I was actually wrong about. I thought the Nintendo would absolutely skyrocket today. Turns out they dropped 6% with the market opening, which completely was unexpected. And I don't know what that means, nor do I have any intention of misleading anybody into what it could potentially mean. But just what if they announced 3D Mario today? Hear me out. No, seriously, hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah, their stock is collapsing because of like wider industry trends. It has nothing to do with like how well Nintendo is doing. Actually, their stock price is down. Nobody cares. Like I've said this several times, but like I don't want to hear YouTubers talking about the stock price because they're not investors. Like he says, like, oh yeah, it's been. There's a warning on my stream. Like what warning? Let's see. Yeah, it's fine. Let's see. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I went into this knowing that would happen. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I went into this knowing that would happen. Okay. Yeah, I went into this knowing that would happen. Oh, what the hell? Oh, shit. That is cringy. That is cringy. Oh, what the hell? Oh, shit. Wow. Okay. Okay. So let's. Okay. Pretendo and his echo chamber comment section are like those college hippies in that South Park episode having a music festival. Yeah, absolutely.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Back out here on a Sunday night and ready to party. So I don't know if you guys have heard this or not, but the world's falling apart. And amongst all of the insane bits of news all around the world, one of the spookiest things right now is Google. That's not the word that I use, that's the word that Yahoo Finance used. Google's new AI spooks investors, sending gaming stocks into a freefall. This actually happened on.
Yeah, and then he says he doesn't know why Nintendo's stock drops. Like, what are you talking about, Nintendo? So you make a video about stock prices dropping like industry wide, and then you like make a statement that like Nintendo's stock price dropped. Like actually, like the day before, it actually spiked quite a bit. So it's like again, this is why you can't really take these analysts seriously. Like the comments in his videos are always they're so bad. Like they are really bad. Yeah. I mean, like I've been commenting lately and kind of clowning on him, and he like every time he like responds seething. Like like he hates me a lot. It's great.
On
Uh
Friday, right before the market closed for the weekend. I was just casually sitting at my desk doing my thing, and then all of a sudden I started getting some notifications about the Nintendo stock moving. Now, obviously, I am very invested in the Nintendo stock, not literally in the sense of financially
oh, come
invested, but
on.
more of along the lines that I know it's always worth following Nintendo's stock value because Nintendo operates in a way to please their shareholders, so you can kind of get a feel of when and what kind of announcements might be coming soon depending on how those prices are swinging. So when I started getting those notifications,
What are you talking about? Like the shareholders don't know shit. Like, what is he talking about? Like, oh, you can see what what Nintendo's doing by looking at the stock prices. No, you can't actually. Like, they're very separate. Like, it's just like it's a very different thing. Like, it's a business side of Nintendo. Okay, it has nothing to do with like actual game dev or any announcements they've made. It's entirely about how like viable the business is. It has nothing to do with the actual product. Uh, okay, but yeah, let's not watch that.
what's up, folks?
Okay. So this is him coping about like yeah, so this is the video he made immediately after the so this is the video he made immediately after the you destroyed Rich and Nintendine. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say kill. Please don't say kill on this stream. Holy shit. Like I'm not responsible for anything Nintendine does. But okay. Uh, worldwide price drops barely salvage Nintendo Switch. It does really bad. Okay, so this is the narrative. This was the narrative that Nintendo came out with, like after the sales numbers were announced. Okay, so he comes out and he tries to say that like immediately, like I believe like a couple of hours after the sales numbers were revealed, like he comes out and he tries to say that shit not sold and that like the worldwide price drops are to blame for this. And this was such an obvious cope. Like, just look at this. Like, yeah, I commented on this. This is what we call a cope. Just wondering, where did your community post tab go? Yeah. So, okay. So, okay. This is something that like a lot of people haven't noticed. But Nintendo removed his community post tab because so many people were clowning on him for being wrong about this. Like he was seething so hard. I'm Nintendoing it. Here in Canada, it's still 800 Canadian. I have no reason why I can emulate Pokemon Emerald and Black off my phone. Yeah, the 20-year-old Pokemon games. Like, come the fuck on. In Indonesia, worldwide price drops except in Canada. Uh, yeah, okay, what a joke. What a joke.
So, way back in April of 2025, I made a very bold claim. I made a very bold claim that the Nintendo Switch 2 would struggle to meet the forecasts that Nintendo expects at the current pricing strategy that it holds. I doubled down on this argument, and I tripled down on this argument. And as a matter of fact, I kind of really angered some people with this argument. But ultimately, the truth was in front of everyone. The Nintendo Switch 2 has managed to reach its worldwide forecast, but it was only able to do so with worldwide discounts during its holiday season. These
What a
discounts
cope!
naturally occur.
So he's saying that the Switch 2 sold well over the holiday. So his cope is like debunking another of his copes. It's like, what's he thinking? Like, well, it's not the holiday anymore, so we don't have to keep pretending that the Switch 2 is doing badly. We'll just blame the holiday for this. It's like, what are you talking about?
You normally see these types of discounts start off immediately. In all of those other categories that you usually see on the financial reports, your Latin Americas, your smaller markets around Europe, Middle East, Russia, etc., those discounts started day one, and those are very normal. They happen for almost every console. But what was more interesting was that starting in October, we saw the first discounts in France. Eventually, this carried on over to Spain, the United Kingdom, Germany, and every time one of these price drops or discounts popped up in any of these countries, people suggested that these discounts, one of these price drops are carried on over to Spain.
Yeah, with games new flash sale. Yeah, okay. So Black Friday sales. Yeah. It's like Black Friday sales and
any
shit
of
like
these
that.
countries,
It's a
people
big
suggested that these discounts were not indicative of poor sales for the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, I've made ample videos proving otherwise, but just to quickly summarize, by searching on Google using the translate function.
Yeah. He proved that Nintendo Switch 2 was selling poorly by going on Google. Like, so the AI told you that Nintendo was failing. Is that what you're telling me? You couldn't even use like ChatGPT, like the superior AI platform. You went to Google. Like, are you serious? Even if I was wrong about the sales, I wasn't really wrong.
Searching for Nintendo Switch discounts or Nintendo Switch price drops in 2017 and 2018, all over various different regions, using the French translation, the German translation, the Spanish translation, you will not be able to find a link that shows price drops and discounts in the same way that we saw for the Nintendo Switch 2 starting from October with the launch of Pokemon. And of course you won't. Everybody knows you won't. Every time one of these discounts were announced, there was always some type of a headline that would pop up with the article that would say this is a very unexpected price drop. But there was a lot of gaslighting going on in the online communities that the Nintendo Switch 2 was actually selling very well in these regions and in these countries with the price drops.
What is he talking about? Keep in mind, he made this video after Nintendo announced the numbers. So he's sitting there and trying to do this thing like that, like, oh yeah, I was totally wrong, but actually I was right about everything. Like, no, you weren't actually.
The only reason those discounts were happening is because the stores were trying to be loss leaders. They were trying to be competitive. But then, of course, as we get closer to the holiday season, we find out that the Nintendo Switch 2, which started off launching almost double the amount of units that the Nintendo Switch 1 managed to pull off, had a slower holiday season in pretty much every single country in the world. These are obviously sold through numbers that we get from the actual retailers and the markets and the analysts that research this information. What you are currently seeing from Nintendo is their shipped number. I don't know what that video is right now because I'm working on this video prior to that even being uploaded.
Their ship number.
Certainly
Yeah. 15 million units sold to customers, right? 17 million sold to retailers who are going to sell the consoles to the customers. It's like it's such a pointless distinction. It's such a cope. It's just okay.
Another follow-up video where I analyze the numbers in the financial reports that was uploaded by Nintendo tonight, in the same way that I always have, because I never shy away from this stuff. I cannot promise when the video will come out. The last one took me 3 days to work on, it was over an hour long. But this video should keep you busy in the meantime. In any case, we know without a doubt that the Nintendo Switch 2 had a very poor holiday season in every single
Without a doubt, he says, after he blames the fact that the Switch 2 hit the forecast goals on the holiday sales. Like, what the hell is he talking about? He's contradicting himself left and right. Like, what is he doing?
In the world. In the States specifically, it had a worse November and December than almost every single year that the Switch 1 had experienced. And in every single European nation that we got data for, the data indicated that the Switch 2 started off on launch with almost double the amount of consoles sold as the Switch 1 did, and by the time it got to the end of its holiday season, it was either...
Well, I'm sure Super Mario Odyssey did boost sales. You know what I mean? In like the holiday season for 2017. Like, it's just a cope. You know what I mean? It's like, well, they sold a lot more in June than the Switch did. Like, yeah, because Mario Kart World is such a huge deal.
Just below what the Switch 1 managed, or just above what the Switch 1 managed in its first year. Now, obviously, when you align the launches, the Switch 1 did it in 7 months and the Switch 2 did it in 10 months. But again, if you follow the data, you see that the Switch 2 launched in June. By the time the Switch 1 got to June, it was roughly at the same number of units sold everywhere as the Switch 2 was in the end of its June. Because as we all know, the Nintendo Switch 1 was severely supply constrained, whereas the Switch 2 wasn't. But to simplify the discussion, if you align June 30th, 2025 with June 30th, 2017, the Switch 2 is actually ahead of the Switch 1. The Switch 2 in 1 month did what the Switch 1 did up to June, and it released in March. So that means through July, August, September, October, November...
So you're saying that it sold more units? Like, what is this cope? He's sitting there like, oh, well, it only sold more because they stocked the shelves. Like, yeah, Nintendo, and that's how this works. Okay, they sold more units. What is he talking
November
about?
and December, the Switch 2 sold comparably to the Switch 1. In some markets, like in the US, it actually closed off the year much lower than the Switch 1 was. In Europe, it's a bit of a mixed bag. In France, which is the largest market, it sold fewer units in France than the Switch 1 managed in its first year. And in markets like in the United Kingdom and Spain and Germany, where the Switch 1 famously had a very slow start, the Switch 2 just barely managed to scrape by the first year of the Switch 1 in those countries. And of course, in Japan, the Nintendo Switch 2 outperformed the Switch 1 comfortably in its first year, even with the supply constraints that Nintendo caused for the Japanese population. Now, the difference is, in Japan, Nintendo actively priced the console with the consideration of the economy, of the local economy that is. So they priced it based off of what they think Nintendo fans would be willing to pay in Japan. Through everywhere else in the world, they priced it significantly more than anybody could have possibly imagined the console coming out. So it makes complete sense why the sales numbers in Japan were very comfortable, whereas in the rest of the world, outside of that very first month where it broke all the records because of Nintendo stockpiling, and you knew you were going to get so many day one enthusiasts that were chasing all of the hype of the console being available, outside of that window, almost immediately after it, on a worldwide scale outside of Japan, the console began to sit on shelves. And now we know, when we look at the numbers, despite the massive lead and the massive head start that the console had ahead of the Switch 1, the weekly sales from those months in between July and November were so slow that just about on a worldwide scale, price drops were necessary to somewhat salvage the Switch 2's first year. But the problem is all of these price drops came directly from the retailers. They weren't from Nintendo. So the retailers had to eat it. And I will be very interested to see how that looks for the Nintendo Switch 2 going forward, because retailers usually don't like to take losses on items when the manufacturer is overcharging for it. So this will naturally be reflected in the next quarterly reports, not in the one that was just uploaded right now. Many of these retailers on a worldwide scale definitely overordered Nintendo Switch 2s in preparation for the holiday season, because they
they over-ordered Switch 2s and they still sold like 15 million units. Like, is he joking? Like, is he delusional? What's he talking about? Yeah, like the reason they shipped so many is that they over-ordered. Like, what? What is he talking about?
figured that's when everybody's finally going to come out to buy the console, especially with all of the discounts that they were doing, whether Nintendo liked it or not. But even then, those holiday sales numbers were nothing in comparison to what the Nintendo Switch 1 could ever do in any of its holiday seasons. Now with the Nintendo
Okay, this is dumb. It's just a giant cope. Like 13 minutes to try and damage control something that's very obvious to everyone, and like you got clowned on for this pretty hard. Yeah, pretty bad. Okay. Okay.
The Nintendo Switch 2 edition is one of the worst things Nintendo's ever done, and I think it's only going to get worse.
Man, this is why nobody fucking watches these channels. Like, how dare they release old games on Switch 2? This is the worst thing they've ever done. Like, this needs to stop. You're embarrassing yourselves. Shut up. Especially when it comes to games you haven't actually played.
So of course with the launch of the Switch 2, we got Switch 2 editions of a few games, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Mario Party Jamboree, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom, and I don't think people had an issue with the idea of it, but the concept that they can just add a little more content, make the performance slightly better, and then charge even more from launch is just ridiculous to me. So you've already seen a ton of people talk about that, and I'm not saying anything new there, but I think it's only going to get worse. When these games were announced at launch, maybe it could have just been seen as trying to fill out the launch lineup, trying to get a few games for the early months. Now we're getting the Mario Wonder Bell Park for an extra $20. We just got Animal Crossing New Horizons Switch 2 edition, and to be fair, that's only $5. And there's a lot of rumors that we're going to get more, that we're going to get a Mario Odyssey Switch 2 edition, a Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition. And if these were just $5 or $10 upgrades for an extra mode, no one would care that much. Like, people might be annoyed. But the issue is that if you're trying to buy this retail, you're paying $70 or $80. Like, just tell me what universe Mario Party Jam.
Just buy the upgrade digitally in that situation. That's why they have that set up. Like, you own the game physically, like, oh yeah. Like, if you own the game already and then you go to the store to buy it again physically, like, yeah, don't do that. That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid.
Jamboree is worth $80 because of this. And Breath of the Wild, so even last year when it was 8 years old, $70 when it launched at 60, all for the Zelda Notes update. And I guess there were a couple other things, like there was more in Tears of the Kingdom, but $80 for that? The game launched at 70 a few years ago. And I think the issue is just how Nintendo sees it. It's not the issue of them, like I said, making this content, but they're basically saying this game is worth $60. When it launched, it was worth $60. It's worth $60 now. But now we're adding in $20 DLC. There's no deal here. It's not like you're paying $60 for the Switch 2 edition and they lowered the price of the Switch 1 edition. They're basically saying it's a whole new game and you're getting DLC with it, so that's why it costs so much, which I think is pure greed. I've tried to be fair to Nintendo, but I just don't see how I could justify this in any way. I think the worst offender is Breath of the Wild. So again, this game came out in 2017, so 8 years before the Switch 2. So they're charging $70 for this for the minor upgrades. And not only that, but they're not including the DLC. So you're basically spending $90+ on an 8-year-old game.
I love how he assumes that like you don't already own Breath of the Wild, one of the most popular games on the console. Like, is this guy dumb? Like I just don't understand like the Switch 2 edition, Griff. Like it's just such a dumb thing that's not going anywhere. Like with Nintendo Classics, like you can kind of see why people might be irritated by like the subscription model and like the drip feeding tactics and stuff like that. But with this, it just feels really forced and fake. Like I have a big problem with this.
At least if it came with the DLC, I can understand it because there's never been a complete edition of Breath of the Wild, but that's something separate. And it's just a big flaw, or I guess not a flaw for Nintendo if they're making money, but it's just a big issue for how Nintendo values these games. And it just leads to very anti-consumer decisions, because we already know Nintendo doesn't like to lower their prices because they feel that if it launches at $60, it's a $60 game. Occasionally they'll have a sale, but it's not very often, and it's usually not that big of a sale. If you look at pretty much any other developer, most $60 or $70 games go down to $20 or $30 within a couple of years. Even some really great games, like the entire Resident Evil series, pretty much you could buy
Resident Evil's not that good.
$10. Like not old games or not super old games, like Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 7. I'm seeing those go for $10 to $15, and they're fantastic games that came out in the past decade.
Not that
anyway,
good.
Not focusing on other companies. Nintendo not too long ago had the Nintendo Selects version of games, so they would sell $20 versions of games. I don't think it was on the Wii. It was on the Wii, the 3DS, and it was just a good way to get a quality game for a cheaper price. And I feel like if Nintendo did something like that, where they made Nintendo Selects versions of the Switch 1 games and charged a little more for the Switch 2 version, like let's say Breath of the Wild, they lower the price to $40 and then charge $60 for this. People would still be unhappy about it because you're paying the same price you did at launch, but I don't think there would be the same resentment that there is towards it. And the fact that Nintendo has announced multiple games since just shows that they're trying to make as much money as they can off these old games, like trying to get people to buy these expansions or the full games. The issue isn't that it's an extra $10 if you already have the game. It's an issue that it's a $70 or $80 game. And I don't think we've seen Nintendo do anything like this. Like in terms of just pure greed like this, just pure unnecessary pricing decisions. We've seen things in the past, like Nintendo overcharging for certain consoles, Nintendo overcharging certain games, but I don't think there's been something like this exactly. Even Mario Kart World, like, yes, it's overpriced. There's no universe where that's worth $80. I don't even think it's worth $60 because I just don't think it's that great of a game. But that's a brand new game at least. That's $80. Even Mario Kart World, like, yes, it's
okay, just a dumb video in general. Boring, not a lot of hot takes. Ah, fuck. Damn it. Okay, even seeing this guy pisses me off. So this is OmniArc's take on the I believe the sales numbers. So we have to see what this guy tries to do to damage control.
Nintendo just reported that their annual player base is 128 million players, which is actually slightly down from last year. And while this dip is very small in scope, it actually matters a lot when discussing the trajectory of Nintendo, because this is the first time in over 8 years that player growth has dropped. And this happened in the same year that their most hyped console ever finally hit the market, the Nintendo Switch 2. So will Nintendo be able to turn this around in 2026?
Talk about a giant cope. Oh, not as many people played our consoles in 2025 because we didn't release our new thing until halfway through the year. Like, what a giant cope. What's he talking about? Oh, the player counts dropped. Like, yeah, so like, who cares?
Well, maybe, but only if adoption for the Switch 2 increases instead of decreases. And when you pair that with the fact that they actually missed their operating profit target and their net sales expectations for this past holiday quarter, the fact that software sales are lower than expected, and the fact that the lower cost Japanese Switch 2 model did a lot of the heavy lifting.
Wow. Holy fucking shit. This guy is a fucking retard. like, yeah, fuck Nintendo. This guy is like way worse. I don't know why people are clowning on Nintendo so much when this guy just like pulls shit straight out of his ass. Like that's just like, what the hell is this? Like, oh yeah, their software sales numbers were lower than expected. Expected. Like, no. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? They all did very, very well.
When it comes to moving units in the last quarter of 2025, honestly, I'm not so sure. So today, let's dive into the latest Nintendo sales data and figure out just how well the Switch 2 is doing now that it finally broke 15 million units sold. But first, what's going on, guys? Cheers. Now, last week, I actually predicted exactly what was going to happen when this Nintendo financial data came out, and it turns out I was right. I'm just going to play the clip.
No, you weren't.
It's going to happen again like clockwork, and you guys are going to wonder, like, wow, how did Omniarch predict that, right? It's like, because they do this all the time. They did this even back on the original Switch. What we're going to see is these headlines, Switch 2 sold 17 million, and it's like, oh my god, it's so annoying. It's so annoying for those of us that actually look at the numbers. It's like, oh god, now we got to deal with all the people that don't know what they're talking about. They know that that's not the entire truth. They know it's not the actual numbers, but it paints Nintendo in a good light. Now, I will...
What a giant cope. What a giant cope. You know what I said, and this is way more accurate. Like, no matter how well the Switch 2 does, you're going to see people like this come out and try to say it secretly failed. So you're really seeing these people like try and say that like 15 million units is a bad number. Like, what are you talking about? That is just extraordinarily good. Like, what are you talking about?
I will say the only thing I was wrong about is that I actually didn't think they were going to give us these sell-through numbers. I genuinely thought they were just going to release the numbers that they shipped out, and that was going to be it. That was going to paint them in the best light, so they might as well do that. But we actually did get the Switch sell-through numbers, so I gotta give Nintendo credit. I did not think they were going to do this. Now, it does say that they are internal estimates, but you know what? Let's not split hairs here. Let's just give them credit and say congrats. You reached the number that everyone knew you were going to reach, and I'm just going to come out and say it, guys. If you are
everyone knew they were going to sell 15 million units. That's why we were saying that it didn't do well over the holiday season and why we were bitching about the stock prices. What a gigantic cope. What a gigantic cope.
Hardcore Nintendo fan, this video, it's not for you. Don't do this to yourself. I want you guys to prioritize your mental health, and it's just not good to watch content that you know is just gonna make you mad, okay? And I do genuinely mean that, because in this video we are going to be looking at nuance data, and there's nothing that people on the internet hate more than nuance, okay? So if you bought the Switch 2 and you like it, great. I'm happy for you. I'm glad you enjoy it. But today I want to take a real actual close look at the financial report here, because I don't know about you guys, but fastest selling console ever is just it's old at this point. I get it. Literally nobody.
It's old news, guys. Stop talking about it. Stop using this to kind of debunk our claims that this console is failing. Okay, please stop acknowledging that this thing was the fastest selling console ever. Please, it's old news. Please stop talking about it. Let me grift and try and say that the console is secretly failing. Unbelievable. What a fucking retard. Like,
He said this console was going to fail. All we've been talking about on this channel is the trajectory of the console. The truth is that the headlines you might see when you're not in the Nintendo echo chamber are things like this that are reported by Bloomberg.
Bloomberg is an unreliable source of information. Never take them seriously, never respect them, never listen to them. Like, again, Bloomberg's more relevant. No, they aren't. No, they are absolutely not. Fuck Bloomberg.
It disappoints while raising memory prices way. We got another report here. Nintendo holds guidance despite Q3 revenue miss. Switch 2 doubts. We've got another one.
Yeah, so like again, you see this a lot from these analysts and like these serious business companies. They always try to downplay Nintendo. like apparently because they're a Japanese company, but maybe because they're not influenced by the Jews or like or what have you. Like this happens every single time. This is nothing new or unusual, right? Like, you know, Pokemon was like, I remember when Pokemon was on the way out when it was well on its way to becoming like the biggest brand in the world, right? Like, you know, I lived through that period. So I know how these people operate and I know how desperate they are to downplay the company. Like we've seen this time and time again. I mean, there's a reason we don't talk about Bloomberg in the community because they don't know what they're talking about.
JP Morgan downgrades Best Buy stock on fears of Nintendo and Microsoft sales headwinds. The Nintendo echo chamber is just going to see this and say, "Yay, 17 million," even though we knew this number like 3 months ago. Like this is
What?
nothing new. This is not anything interesting or worth talking about, considering everybody already knew this. Okay, so that
Yeah, everybody already knew it, which was why we were telling people that the Switch 2 didn't have a good holiday. What a joker. What a joker.
being said, let's take a look at what Bloomberg actually reported here. Nintendo reported a smaller than expected quarterly profit gain despite solid sales of the Switch 2, fueling
Yeah, see the angle taken here. Wait, Takashi Mochizuki. Is that the same douchebag who tried like damage controlling Power World? I think it is actually. Hang on, let me look. Who is this individual? The name looks familiar. Let's see. Okay, I'm pretty sure this isn't a reliable source. Let's see, Takashi Mochizuki. Bloomberg. Is it on Twitter? Reporter, Game and Tech, Bloomberg. Nintendo stock price prominent following yesterday's earnings report. Concerns regarding the outlook seems to be spreading, fueled by the profitability of the Switch 2 hardware and somewhat lackluster. Yeah, he's pushing an angle. Yeah, he is pushing an angle. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have much of a Twitter presence. Yeah, it just seems like a cope to me. Uh, yep, Capcom shares. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Takashi Mochizuki. But yeah, this isn't someone I would take seriously. Yeah, to me, it just seems like one of those guys that like kind of like Michael Pachter. Uh, yep, Nintendo shares drop 11% after Switch 2 profit underwhelmed. So yeah, he's like, yeah, they're all damage controlling. Yeah. Let's see. Nintendo has everything to prove again in 2026. Yeah. So yeah, like again, he just does hit pieces on Nintendo. Yeah, Nintendo software sales aren't keeping up with hardware boom. Yeah, that's wrong. Because you actually look at the numbers, like all their software is doing very, very well. You know, the copes that people have that like, oh, their games aren't selling that well. Like, it's coming from people who don't know what they're talking about. Let's see. Yeah, so this is just oh, that's right. Bloomberg is one of those outlets that you have to pay for. Yeah, so we're not doing that. Okay. So this douchebag pays for Bloomberg. If that tells you like what a fucking shill he is. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay.
concern about the rising cost of memory chips. Profit rose a smaller than expected 23% to 155.2 billion yen in the December quarter, compared with the average of analyst estimates of 180.7 billion yen. Sales came in to 806.3 billion yen versus analyst estimated 815 billion. The company kept its
Wow, 10 billion yen. Wow. That's like what, like $6,000? Like 10 billion yen is not that much. Okay. Let's be real here. It's not the same as
full year
dollars.
guidance of 2.25 trillion yen in revenue and 370 billion yen in operating profit, as well as Switch 2 unit sales of 19 million. Nintendo sold 17.37 million Switch 2 units through December. Now, it's important to know here, as I said before, this is the number of units sold to Apple.
So this retard, he's quoting Bloomberg as a reliable source, but then he's like, Bloomberg like reports the ship numbers as sold, and then he stops like, no, it's actually 15 million units, guys. Like the retailers haven't sold them yet. It's just a giant cope. Like what a disgusting cope. Isn't Bloomberg the guy that ran for president? Yeah. So Mike Bloomberg is a complete fucking retard. He's that guy who came out there and tried to say farming was easy. like all you have to do is put plants in the ground. Like Mike Bloomberg is a fucking retard. Okay. But yeah, this is like probably going to be the talking point for the foreseeable future. Is like shipped, not sold.
Actual customers. The 17.37 million unit number is the number of consoles Nintendo sold to retailers. So don't get confused there. I know a lot of the headlines just go for the bigger number because it's just, I mean, of course they do. After scoring a record-setting debut for the Switch 2 last year, the Kyoto-based company now faces surging memory prices that are threatening the console's already razor-thin margins. We actually learned this.
When have they ever claimed that? When has Nintendo like claimed that like their profit margins are thin? Like it just seems like something that like analysts are like projecting onto them. It just seems like a giant
The margins on the Switch 2 are actually more thin than the margins for the original Switch, which is why over the last couple of weeks we've actually talked about on the channel that Nintendo's sort of between a rock and a hard place here when it comes to the price of the Switch 2.
What?
Because as we'll take a look at later in the video, the $50 price reduction on the Switch 2 throughout December did a lot of heavy lifting in the Americas when it comes to them actually moving units, and thank God for the retailers for
what $50 reduction? The ones that like certain retailers did for Black Friday, like no, like what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It really did help them out.
What $50 reduction?
Units, but with the cost of manufacturing the Switch 2 likely going up in 2026 as a result of the AI data center boom, Nintendo will inevitably have to renegotiate contracts with these chip companies, and if it costs them more to make the console and they already have razor thin margins, are they going to pass that cost on to the consumer, or are they going to just eat the loss? And that's not going to look good for their financial reports later down the line. So we'll have to wait and see how they actually play this. Chip makers have been allocating more resources to far more lucrative advanced memory needed in AI data centers, raising the risk that Nintendo may struggle to even secure enough chips to manufacture the console, according to research firm TrendForce, right? And this is another thing where it's like chip makers have an opportunity.
So they're just pulling shit out of their ass. Okay? Like, oh yeah, Nintendo's going to have to do this because of this. And it's just like, well, have they said they're going to do it? Have they implied it? Have they acknowledged the issue? Like from where I'm sitting, they have acknowledged the rising cost of things, but they've also said that they are not raising prices. And yet these people are just so insistent. They're like, oh, it's going to happen. It's going to take Switch 2 sales. It's going to destroy Nintendo. And like, here we are, like, we're about 8 months in now, right? And still hasn't happened. Okay. Like at this point, like, if price hikes occur, it's going to be like well after launch and well after the Switch 2 is well established, and it won't be that big of a deal. It's just a giant cope from these people. Like even if it does happen, it's not going to stop the Switch 2's momentum.
Opportunity cost, right? Do they make the chips that Nintendo needs for the Switch 2, or do they focus all their efforts on the chips that make a lot more money, right? And they can sell those to whoever needs them. I mean, there's no shortage of companies that are building AI data centers right now. So even if Nintendo is willing to pay more, it's also going to be up to the chip makers to actually make the chips. This year is pivotal for the new console's long-term growth, as the size of its install base will determine how much attention it attracts from third-party developers and
the third-party developers. the third-party developers that can't even put out games. Like, again, enough with the third-party copes. I don't want to hear about them. They don't matter. Like, they can go fuck themselves. Like, I don't fucking care about the third parties
in the years that follow. So here they show a quick snapshot of the Nintendo stock price. This is when the Switch 2 actually came out, and you could see the stock rose, and then it eventually fell somewhere around, well, really it started around September, right, with that Nintendo Direct, popped up for Black Friday, and then all those reports came out that actually the Switch 2 had a horrible November, at least in the United States. It did really well in Japan, of course. We'll talk about that later. Now, taking a look at Nintendo.
Yeah, those reports were wrong, by the way. You can see in the sales reports that they did do well.
Nintendo's stock price right now over the last 5 days, you can see that it is still down 8.74% as of this time right here, Eastern time. If we take a look at the daily chart, it's down right here. So we did see a little bit of a bump. So stock went up a couple of percent and then immediately lost all of its gains.
So like, it lost all of its gains after these analysts published their articles. Or like, that's all this is. That's all that's happening is that people are doing these hit pieces and investors are selling their shares. You know, that seems to be what's happening. Like every time it keeps going up, like they publish their hit pieces and it goes back down
later. Now, who knows how this is going to play out in the long run? If we take a look at the monthly chart and the 6-month chart, you're still down 32.6% in the last 6 months. So if we look at Nintendo stock price over in Japan, this is actually in Japanese yen here. You can see we're sitting at 10,080 Japanese yen. Over the last month, it's still down 4.86%. Over the last 5 days, we did see a little bit of a bump after these financial results came out, still down 2.8%. Over the course of the actual trading day, it looks like we are up 1.38%. So like a really tiny bump here. But anyway, again, you're gonna see a lot of people banging the drum on the 17 million units sold number here, and you're gonna wonder why that's not translating to market value. And the reason is because everyone already knew that, right? Everyone already knew that number. That number was given like 3 months ago. Nobody, even myself, everyone knew that. It's almost like the Nintendo fans are just showing up to the party, right? Like you're just getting here. Welcome. Like I know people don't look at this data all the time like we do here on the channel, but
hey man, this is your fate. Fuck you. Okay, you are so out of touch. You are so delusional that you think that we don't know what we're talking about. Okay, what a retard. What a retard.
Yeah, it really did not move the needle because that was like the bare minimum, right? Like that's what was expected. They better have hit that number. Anyway, the article goes on to say,
yeah. So like, yeah, he's like ignoring like all the gains they've made too. You know, like it's like, yeah, the stock market is fluctuating like it always does. You know, it's just like, what are you doing?
rising memory prices may also hurt software sales, Nintendo's primary profit engine. And I'm gonna be real, guys, software sales were not looking great from this financial report either. We're gonna take a look at that later in the video. The Switch 2's internal storage is limited to 256 gigabytes of memory, well below that of Sony's.
You keep seeing these guys say that like, oh, software sales were bad, and then like, you know, Mario Kart World sold like what 14 million units in 6 months. You know, it's embarrassing. Like it's unbelievably cringy. You know, I remember when people were saying that like Mario Wonder wasn't selling well. You know, I just made a video about this, and they announced today it sold 17 million units. You know, like again, like the whole like, well, the software isn't selling well. Bonanza only did 4 million. Like you're gonna see that number climb up quite a lot over the next 3 years. Okay, it's gonna be crazy.
PS5 or Microsoft's Xbox. That's as games increasingly require more firepower. Big budget titles such as Final Fantasy VII Remake can consume more than 90 gigabytes, forcing users to purchase micro SD express cards to expand storage. Prices for those cards are also climbing, partly due to AI-driven demand for solid-state drives, which could further discourage game purchases. Nintendo may seek ways to improve hardware profitability while sustaining customer interest through measures such as releasing Switch 2 models in different colors. Still, component prices are expected to persist through at least 2026 and may test the company's ability to absorb them. Let's take a look at Nintendo's revenue miss. Nintendo posted Q3 revenue of 806 billion yen, missing analyst expectations of 847 billion yen, according to CNBC. The company maintained its 19 million unit Switch 2 sales forecast for fiscal 2026, unchanged from November's raised guidance. And frankly, they should probably hit this. I mean, they're at 17 17.2 right now. We've got Mario Tennis coming out, which frankly, I don't think is going to move that many units. I don't know about you guys. You can let me know in the comments, but I really don't think that's going to be a driver there. The only sort of variable is going to be Pokemon Pokopia, right? Like that game could come out of nowhere and just
Yeah, what a giant hope. It's just wow, what a delusional fucker. Like when does Q3 end? Like is he gonna acknowledge Tamagotchi at all? I think that might be the next quarter actually. But yeah, the simple fact of the matter is like they don't really need like system sellers anymore. Like that's kind of my opinion is that they already have system sellers. And like people like this want to pretend that like they don't exist and that like they need more to sell the console, and that's not how this works. Like what they're doing now is like making games that appeal to different demographics. So yeah, Mario Tennis is gonna do well, Pokepia is gonna do well, Tamagotchi is gonna go do well. And like these guys are just gonna
all the
well.
cozy gamers could rise up and all decide that they're going to buy a Switch 2 now. So maybe that's going to move the needle, or maybe they're just going to allocate way more units to the Japan.
I'm very, very, very interested in seeing how Pokepia does. Because, like, I think Pokepia is going to be huge, but, like, it's kind of an untested thing. And, like, you're seeing so much seething about it right now. I don't know. Like, Legend ZA had, like, an entire hate campaign about it. And, like, that sold, like, what, 11 million units in, like, 3 months? Like, Legend ZA, like, killed it. Like, honestly, I kind of see like ZA as being the beginning of the end of like the online Pokemon hate grift, because they went so hard against that game and it like collapsed within a couple of days. Okay. So many YouTubers came out and tried to say it was the worst game ever to grift, and like it just didn't go anywhere because everybody like loved it. So I'm just
market, because as we're going to see later in this video, Japan did a lot of the heavy lifting. Actually, in holiday season, it actually sold more units in Japan than it did in the Americas, which is insane considering how many more people live in America. Like that should not have happened at all. Like it shouldn't have even been close. But anyway, as it continues to get easier for people in Japan to get the Switch 2, maybe that's what's going to push them over that 19 million unit mark. So again, I really will not be surprised if they hit this number. It's pretty much in the bag as far as I'm concerned. But either way, the article goes on to say Nintendo stock has plunged over 30% since hitting a record high in August. We just talked about that. Investors are watching two critical headwinds: surging memory component prices and questions about the strength of Nintendo's upcoming games lineup. And that is a massive one right there, folks, because frankly, we did not really learn anything of importance in this earnings report regarding what's coming next. Now, of course, obviously Nintendo releases those in the Nintendo Direct presentation, so we're gonna have to wait for that. But yeah, they're still silent about what the big game of 2026 is going to be. Surely there's going to be one, because if there's not, that's not.
DA was the biggest RPG in 2025. That is true, actually. Yeah, it did beat TFO Expedition 33. Yeah, now that we have hard sales numbers, yeah, we can say that. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, like, obviously, like, Pokemon's been the biggest RPG franchise in the world for decades now, but like, no one ever brings it up.
Not going to look good. Frankly, it's not going to look good. Let's move on here. Nintendo just posted its fiscal third quarter earnings, and the numbers tell a story of cautious optimism. I think that's a good way to put it, right? Cautious optimism. Things are good right now, right? Like if you just take the headlines and you just
but they're going to get bad in the future. They're going to raise the prices, and they're not going to release any games, and they're going to go bankrupt, and I'm going to make a video about it. Like
some of the top line numbers, things are good right now, but if you just look out an extra couple of months, it's like I don't know. The Japanese gaming giant maintained its full year sales and profit guidance despite missing revenue expectations by roughly 300 million, betting that Switch 2 momentum will carry through the rest of the fiscal year. But investors aren't convinced. The stock's down more than 30% since its August peak, and concerns mounting over rising memory costs and whether Nintendo's game pipeline can sustain the hype that drove record-breaking Switch 2 launch lines from Tokyo to Manhattan. Nintendo is holding the line. The gaming giant just reported fiscal third quarter earnings that fell short on revenue but beat on profit, all while keeping its full year Switch 2 sales target firmly in place at 19 million units. It's a statement.
Wait. So it fell short on revenue, but it went over profit? Wow. Way to misrepresent the situation. Wow.
or stubbornness, depending on how you read the market's reaction. The numbers paint a mixed picture. Nintendo brought in 806.3 billion yen in revenue for the quarter ending December 31st, missing LSEG analyst estimates of
Oh, yeah.
847.7 billion yen by nearly 5%. The LSEG estimates, unfortunately, are paywalled estimates, so you can't just access them, but we know exactly where it came from. Net profit.
So yeah, so they're not missing their own internal estimates. They're missing estimates based on some retarded analyst. Like, who cares what some third-party analyst says? Like, I don't fucking care.
Came in at
Like, these guys are chill.
159.9 billion yen, actually beating expectations of 147.3 billion yen. That profit performance.
Yeah, so yeah, this guy is sitting there trying to tell you that, like, oh yeah, they missed their metrics, and like the analysts say that they're not hitting their targets, but like it's not actually true. Like, if you actually look at what he's saying, that like what's actually happening is that this is just like the circle jerk of like gaming analyst people trying to downplay Nintendo. Like, this is how they do it in like the business world, right? Is how they said like, oh, we don't know if Nintendo's hype is going to maintain itself going forward. The games don't look that good. Like, these people don't play games. They don't know anything about them. So it ends up just looking ridiculous. Like,
suggests the company's managing costs well, but the revenue miss is what has investors nervous. The bigger question hanging over Kyoto isn't about last quarter's performance, it's about what comes next. And this is the thing that, you know, we've been talking about on the channel for so long, and it's actually exhausting, right? Because again, nuance is impossible when we're in like the gaming niche here, right? Like, Nintendo fans are so passionate, and as soon as they see a title and thumbnail that doesn't agree with their preconceived notion, they have a meltdown, right? And whether it's because they're children or because they're like 40 without a job, I don't know, but they can't handle that. You are just not allowed to criticize their favorite company. It's unironically the leave the multi-billion-dollar corporation alone meme. But yeah, the Switch 2 had a great launch. But the truth is that the fastest selling console narrative is like 6 months old at this point, or more than 7 months old at this point. It's a fun copy pasta for like the people that are console warring, but it's not actually what any of the adults are really looking at. They're looking at, okay, can you keep that up, right? Are you going to keep that up?
yes, the answer is yes. Like, I don't understand this mindset from the community that like, well, they're the fastest selling console right now, but it's gonna fall off a cliff once people realize how much Mario Kart World sucks. Like, the opposite is happening. Is that the instant people realize how good the Switch 2 is, that's gonna increase momentum. Okay, we are far from like the Switch 2's like golden years. Okay, like this is kind of like the pre-hype period in a lot of ways. Like, we still don't have a lot of Switch 2 exclusives, honestly. So in theory, like, they could do the Nintendo Direct and then just be like, oh yeah, here's like all of the truly next gen products, and then they show like all this crazy stuff. Like, the mindset that these guys that like have, like, they seriously do this, is that they seriously think Nintendo is going to go through all of 2026 without announcing anything new. And it's like, it's the stupidest cope I've ever heard. So they're going to sit there and be like, oh, but there's no system sellers. Like, well, first of all, they do. They already have those. But second of all, they can announce new games at any time, you know? Like, it's just like, it's so delusional and off base that, like, I just don't know what to make of it. Like, I just don't know what you...
up or not. The article goes on to say that Nintendo raised its sales forecast, but that was before the full weight of current headwinds became apparent. The company's sticking with that ambitious number even as its stock tells a different story. Two concerns dominate investor thinking right now. First is the memory price situation. The semiconductor industry is experiencing an unprecedented surge in memory chip costs driven by AI demand. The second worry is about content. Hardware sales are only half the equation. Nintendo needs a steady stream of compelling first-party and third-party titles to keep Switch 2 owners engaged and attract new buyers. The company hasn't laid out a detailed roadmap that convinces Wall Street the game's pipeline.
Oh, Wall Street, yeah, like Nintendo's core audience. Yeah, how ridiculous. Yeah, so this is actually wrong, because if you look at like their actual PDF file that they released, the actual spreadsheet, the document going over the numbers and stuff like that, they actually do have a giant spread going over like all the currently announced games. You know, they talk about like, you know, they show Splatoon Raiders, Fatal Frame 2, like a lot of stuff, right? Pokepia's on there. Like, you know, they gave like a pretty brief overview of what's coming, and there's a lot of good stuff, right? There's a lot of good stuff coming that's already been announced, but like these guys, they keep pushing this narrative that like, oh, nothing's coming out, there's nothing on the console, oh, it's doomed, oh. And it's so blatantly, brazenly wrong. You know, when they say things like this, like, oh, Nintendo hasn't laid out a clear roadmap, like, they're straight up lying to you. Because, like, we've been getting games constantly over the past, like, 8 months. And like, they're still doing this thing, like, oh, they haven't announced anything. Like, it's just.
Pipeline is robust enough to sustain momentum through the fiscal year ending March 2026 and beyond. That's what oh my god, that's what we've been saying. What games are coming out? Brother, Bonanza was the last good Switch 2
Wrong.
exclusive.
What?
It was.
Bonanza? Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking Bonanza? The last good Switch 2 exclusive? Like, that was in July. Like, how many games have we gotten over the past several months? You know, Kirby Air Riders, Hyrule Warriors, ZA. Well, ZA and Prime 4 were like cross-gen, but that's another thing we need to talk about. Like, how these people just kind of ignore that, like, right now, Switch 1 games are actually outselling their Switch 2 versions. I myself bought the Switch 1 version of Legends ZA and then upgraded it. So, like, I bet a lot of players are doing that right now. So, like, again, like, people are sleeping on, like, the power of the Switch 1 and the cross-gen thing. Like, they're so retarded and, like, blind in this regard that Nintendo is still making money off of Switch 1 games. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, so many people have this mindset. They're like, well, they haven't moved on to Switch 2. But, like, yeah, why would they?
I'm sorry to say, like, we are months since then. What can people play on this thing? We've got 70 Switch 1 remakes and ports and Switch 2 editions where you spend extra money. Like, what new things can I play, boys? Come on. What made the original Switch such a phenomenon was the combination of innovative hardware and tentpole franchises like Zelda, Mario, and Animal Crossing hitting at the right moments. The Switch 2 launched with strong initial
Animal Crossing launched in 2020, but okay.
demand, but maintaining that requires Nintendo to prove it can deliver the software lineup to match. And while not completely telling, it does look like JP Morgan is a little bit worried about Nintendo's hardware performance in 2026 because, like, a day ago they actually downgraded Best Buy stock. So what actually happened here? Best Buy stock could face renewed pressure after JP Morgan downgraded the retailer from overweight to neutral on Monday, cutting its price target from $99 to $76. The bank's concerns center on difficult comparisons ahead for the electronics giant. JP Morgan analyst has two key points. First, the company is facing tough year-over-year comparisons following the successful launch of the Nintendo Switch 2 in June of 2025. The translation here is they don't think we're going to see that success again in 2026, right? They look at that and they say, okay, lots of demand was pulled forward, lots of people bought the Switch 2 in 2025, and they are not confident that that's going to continue at the same pace in 2026, right? And of course, a console launch.
Imagine being so desperate to downplay Nintendo that you talk about JP Morgan like pulling out a Best Buy stock. That's just so retarded and has nothing to do with anything. It's like, what is he talking about?
Has a huge amount of hype, right? So of course that's when a lot of people are going to buy it if it's available, like the Switch 2 was. But this is suggesting a year-over-year sales decline or maybe just flatlining. And then secondly, Best Buy got a boost from the Windows 10 end of support in October, and that won't recur. Okay, so that is partially related to Microsoft. And frankly, the overall narrative here is consumer electronics are going to struggle in 2026, right? So this headline focused on Nintendo, and that is obviously related here. It's more of a broad trend, though. It's not just Nintendo that's affecting this, but I did think that it was worth noting that they just don't think that Best Buy is going to see as much demand for the Switch 2 in 2026 as they did in 2025. The only thing that would change that would be maybe a price drop or massive games coming to the Switch 2, so we'll have to wait and see. Okay, now let's talk about software sales. Okay, what we've got here is a bunch of unit sale numbers for really only 3 games. I mean, these are the only 3 games that Nintendo has worth talking about from this last year. Not that they're not great games. I mean, besides Legends EA, of course, this was garbage, but
That game was like one of my favorites. What's he talking about? Like, ZA was garbage. Oh, please, Pokemon sucks. Oh, like, man, these guys, man, I am gonna look. These guys are gonna seethe so hard when Pokepia succeeds and when Gen 10 succeeds. Like, Gen 10 especially has the potential to be, I think, probably one of the biggest games ever produced. Because assuming it comes out on both Switch 1 and Switch 2, which I think is probably likely, this thing is probably gonna outsell like Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. Like, this thing could be like one of the best selling games ever, honestly. So like this might be an end to like the Pokemon hate grift that these guys have been clinging on to for so long, but
They are reporting, of course, sell-in numbers, so these are the numbers of units that they actually shipped. So you can see that the Switch 2 edition of Legends EA definitely underperformed globally than the
Whoa.
Switch 1 edition, but I got
whoa, underperformed. Wow, what a giant cope. It's almost like not a lot of people own Switch 2s. Like, that's 3 million units. That's like what? Like a fifth of the player base? Like, are you serious? Like, oh, it underperformed. No, it fucking
really
didn't.
curious here, okay? Because as you can see here, the Switch software sales fell 12.1%. Now, that is no surprise. They just released the Switch 2. A lot of those big Nintendo fans are going to buy the Switch 2 and then subsequently buy the Switch 2 edition of software, right? Like in the case of Legends EA. So it's obviously no surprise that there would be a slowdown of Switch 1 software sales in the last quarter. But I was curious about just like the software units sold trajectory for Nintendo over the last couple of years. So what I did is I literally just used Nintendo's own quarterly results. I just went back through Nintendo's official financial results, and if you scroll down, you'll see the exact same thing that we've been looking at for this current quarter, or this most recent quarter I should say, and you'll see that they do report the software units sold for all these previous years. And so I just did that for the last few years and we put it into a chart. Okay, now of course this most recent 9-month period is the first time that the Switch 2 has units sold, so we have to factor those in. So if you add them together, we do see an 18.45% bump in total software units sold from this reporting period compared to last year's same reporting period of 123.98 million units. But we still fall short of 2023 and 2022 and 2021 and 2020. It's only when we go back to 2019 that we actually see another similar year to 2020.
Wow. So the most popular. Okay. So after Animal Crossing came out, in 2020, like the Switch peaked in popularity, right? So that's basically all he's seeing here. Honestly, like, is that like, oh, whoa, this is about the same as Switch 1 was in 2019. Yeah, that's before Animal Crossing came out. Like what a fucking retard. Like I don't, like again, he is desperate. Yeah. Again, this guy is like in my opinion, he's like the worst YouTuber there is right now. Like worse than Nintendian actually. Like way fucking worse because of like the reaches he takes to kind of push this narrative. Like we have to go like it's just like
I know it says
so he's gonna try and say this is like a bad number for Nintendo, but like
fiscal year 25, but that's because the way that Nintendo reports this, they report this at the beginning of 2025, so it's actually 2024. I know it's confusing. Either way, in a launch year of the most hyped console that Nintendo has ever released, to still have lower software unit sales than that of 2023 or 2022 is kind of surprising. I mean, all these people are buying the new console and all of it's bundled with Mario Kart.
Wow, 2023, the year where they released Tears of the Kingdom and Mario Wonder. Wow, that did, that did better than this quarter. Wow, what a joke.
And all this talk about how great Legends EA is selling and Donkey Kong Bonanza is like the second coming of Mario Odyssey, and even people are pointing at like Kirby Air Riders in Japan doing really, really well, which that's the only place that it did really well. But all
what? Oh, what a fucking retard. What a retard. Like, man, like Air Riders is doing great. Okay, like this really needs to be spelled out for these people. Like, what is with this mindset that like everything has to sell like upwards of 5 million units to be successful? Like, that's not true. I know you're used to this, but by looking at like AAA Western developers, Square Enix saying that Tomb Raider like selling 5 million units was a massive disappointment. But like that's not true when you actually have a budget and actually manage your resources effectively. And that's what we're seeing with Air Riders. That's what we saw with Hyrule Warriors and stuff like that. You don't and Metroid Prime 4. You don't have to sell millions of units to be successful. That's the reality of it. Hang on. What?
That to say, like, I don't know, I guess this number's fine, right? I guess, but like, I mean, let's just do super basic math here, right? Like these are the numbers that Nintendo's reporting. So let's just take those at face value. 37.93 divided by 17.37. So your average Switch 2 owner has 2 games. Okay. Some people have 3, some people have less. So really people are buying.
Wow. Yeah. People don't buy a ton of games. This is nothing new. Like, I think on average, like the average console owner buys like 8 games total. Like, it's not that unusual. And it makes perfect sense if you like really think about how people only pick up consoles for the games they're really, really interested in. Like, this is just like a misrepresentation of like the data, right? Like, it's just like, what are you talking about?
The Switch 2, it comes with Mario Kart, by the way. Okay, like don't be fooled, everyone bought the Mario Kart World bundle, so
Oh yeah, the limited edition Mario Kart World bundle that I did not get. Okay. Like everyone bought the bundle that you couldn't necessarily get a hold of.
that's their first game. Okay, so everyone who bought
It's not even available anymore. So like this is a cope. Like yeah, Mario Kart World only sold this much because of the bundle. Like
the Switch 2 bought what, Donkey Kong Bonanza or Legends ZA, and then only a tiny handful of people bought anything other than that. The time frame that this report is covering is 7 months.
So you can look at like the bestsellers list on the eShop and see that that's not true. Okay. You see like, games like Metroid Prime 4 on there. You see like Hogwarts Legacy on there. Plenty of third-party games are doing well, actually. Like, you see like other games doing well. So this misconception that like, well, like only 3 games are selling on Nintendo, it's a lie. It's a lie.
in 7 months, you released a new console and your average player only bought 1 extra game besides the Mario Kart World that it came bundled with. And by the way, I'm still super confused about this, right? Like they use this as a talking point saying that the growth in sales of Switch 2 hardware was driven by the Mario Kart World bundle and the Pokemon Legends EA bundle, but both of these bundles are gone now and they didn't replace it with anything. So I don't like, why would they discontinue like they're pointing at these things. They're like, look how successful these were. No, we don't sell them anymore. Yeah, we could sell it. We don't sell them anymore though. We chose not to. Like
Yeah, because it's just a console. They can just introduce new bundles whenever they want.
I don't know, maybe I'm an idiot, but like I don't understand the business decision there. Like if you're gonna discontinue the Mario Kart World bundle, wouldn't you think that they would like have another thing to replace it with? Like, oh, we're discontinuing it, but don't worry because the next 3D Mario is coming out and that's gonna be the new bundle. It's like, oh yeah, like I don't know, maybe that's gonna happen, right? And this is all speculation, but just at this point in time, there's just no reason for them to have done this. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Now, the other chart that I thought was super interesting, right? Which, by the way, the Nintendo Switch has reached the highest sales volume of any Nintendo hardware ever. So congratulations to the Nintendo Switch. It is officially surpassed like the DS and all the other things. Like it is that dude. Okay. The Switch 1 is that dude. Congratulations. But the more important part here is off on the right, annual playing users. And the reason that this chart is so interesting is because this might be the last time we ever see this chart. Now, they've actually been sharing this data all the way since 2017. Okay, this has consistently been a part of their investor relation reports. Okay, but they are not under any obligation to keep sharing this data with us as far as I'm concerned. I don't think they're legally required to do that. You guys can let me know if I'm wrong in the comments, but you can see every single year their player base is growing, right? And it's pretty monumental. And then what you'll notice for January through December of 2025, okay, so the entire year of 2025, you'll notice that they made the number in bold and really big, so that way the number is actually higher than the previous one, right? Like the 129 is vertically placed above the 130 on the chart, but it's actually a lower number. I don't know if you guys know this, but 129.
Wow, so he's claiming that investors are incapable of reading. Like he really is going to try and argue that this is misleading somehow. Like fucking
is
believable.
less than 130, right? So this is, and like, look, this is just this is what Nintendo reported,
What a
not
cult.
me. I didn't make this up. They're
What a
telling us straight from them. This is from their mouth. This is the first year that we see a dip in annual playing users. Now, make no mistake, this is not a collapse. This is a very marginal, less than 1% drop in annual playing users. But it's important because it's the first time we've ever seen this. We've literally never seen Nintendo's annual playing user base decline or dip, or even if you don't want to call it
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So this is going back to 2017. Yeah, I'm sure the fact that they released a new console has nothing to do with this. Like, I'm sure, I'm sure that has
That
nothing to
we
do
have
with
to
it.
at least call it stagnant since 2023. It has not grown meaningfully since 2023. Nintendo has hit the wall, folks, and this is the first
What?
time that we're seeing an actual dip here in the year they released the Switch 2.
He's claiming that Nintendo has stopped gaining new customers. What a fucking retard. Like, what happened this year, dipshit? Like, why could that number have dipped? Could it be that they were releasing a new console and that people were simultaneously not playing their old console but not picking up the new one? You know, like, could that be the reason for it? Like, maybe. And like, I love how he's making like a 1 million player drop sound like it's a big deal, as if it's not going to come back by like next year. Like,
What does this mean? Okay, so they released a new console and their annual player base went down by 1 million. Not that big of a deal, right? It's only 1 million out of 130. But when you think about like, okay, are they getting new people into the ecosystem with the Switch 2, or are all the Switch 2 buyers just Switch 1 buyers, right? Well, the answer is overwhelmingly it's just people upgrading, right? Like that's how you get to the point where you sell a lot of units and
not
your player
true,
base
not true.
shrinks by 1%, right? Like that's how the math works there. Okay, so this is, again, this is not a collapse, this is nothing crazy, but it is worth pointing out because this is the turning point. Like, it's like when you're riding a roller coaster, things go up and then they get the turning point, and then what happens after that? Some roller coasters have another hill, maybe, I don't know. Maybe the Switch 2 in 2026 is going to pop off. Maybe they have a secret lineup of the best games they've ever released and they're coming soon, we just don't know about them. Maybe that's the case, and I'm not exaggerating here. Like, maybe they actually have some trick up their sleeve, they're keeping their secrets close to their chest, and we're gonna see this number pop. It's gonna be 135 next time this report comes around. Who knows, right? But I did want to point out that this is the first time Nintendo's annual playing users has declined. That's a fact. They said it, not me. And in a world where we're talking about trajectory, right, which again, the Nintendo fans can't get, they can't comprehend that, right? They don't know that that's what we're talking about here. They just see 17 million, they just copy paste the headlines. But in a world of analyzing trajectory rather than headlines, we actually see stagnant player growth, which is kind of crazy. And
what? Yeah, trajectory. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to talk trajectory when it comes to the fastest selling console ever? Right? You do know what that means, right? Is that this thing is going to keep selling more and more and more and more, and you won't be able to keep coping like this. Like, it's just a giant cope, just a giant cope.
by the way, on the topic of unit sales here, I thought this was super interesting. The dedicated video game unit sales as of December 31st, 2025 actually break down Switch 2 unit sales by region. And as you can see right here, in red, we have the Switch 2 hardware sales in Japan. So if we look at all 4 of these categories, Japan actually made up the largest chunk of unit sales. And this is where I think the Nintendo fanboy derangement syndrome comes from, okay? Because when I make videos talking about like, oh yeah, like the Switch 2 actually didn't have a great holiday season in the United States, everyone's like, what do you mean the Switch 2 had a great holiday season? And then they point to this and it's like, this chart shows October, okay, which is not.
What a retard. Like, what is with these people not understanding that Japan is one of Nintendo's biggest markets? Like, what is this cope? They keep doing this. Like, well, it didn't sell as well in America. Like, yeah, because they don't have as much cultural dominance in America. Okay. It's not even really true because it did perfectly well. See?
Not holiday season, that's when Pokemon came out, so it's not just November, December, and also it shows all of the regions, right? And this is what I mean, where you can't have a nuanced discussion about Nintendo.
Yeah, so like again, this is kind of why I don't respect like American analysts, because they keep doing things like this where they're just like, Japan is doing better than America. I guess that means sales are falling off in America. Like, do they not know that like Japan is like the one of the biggest markets for this? Like, Nintendo doing well in Japan is a good thing. Like, and yet they deliberately try and misrepresent it to meaning that like, well, it only means they're popular in their home country. Like, you know, I've seen people do that with Splatoon a lot, where they're like, "Oh yeah, it's big in Japan, but like everywhere else, we have standards." Like, you see this all the time, and it's just straight up embarrassing.
Because it's like I say one thing and then they hear something else and then go down a different, and there's just no conversation being had there, right? Like they're straw manning, and it's like, well, why are we wasting time? Like, why do you even watch my videos if you're not actually listening to what I'm saying, right? Like, you're just getting mad. It's only bad for you. It only hurts you. I don't get it. But anyway, I thought it was interesting that, maybe you guys don't, but I thought it was interesting that Japan sold more units of the Switch 2 than any other region in the world for the final quarter of 2025, right? But
The Switch is extremely popular in Japan. It's tailor made for their culture. You know, they take it out in public all the time. You know, it's like their thing. You know, it's like ideal for Japanese society, right? Like, it's great for city life, right? That's why it's doing so well there.
by the way, Japan has a population of 123 million, and the fact that Japan actually outsold the Americas is actually insane. Even if you want to pretend that North America is only the United States, it's still 342 million, okay? So when we think about like, okay, why would so many people in Japan, which is a much smaller population, be buying the Switch 2 at a rate that outpaces even the United States and the Americas in total? And the reason is because the console is significantly cheaper
No,
in Japan. I don't need to go
absolutely
over this
not.
because
Absolutely
everybody
not.
already knows this. A quick Google search gives you the
No,
answer,
this
okay?
is a
It's
no.
50,000
This is
yen,
a
which is
no.
like $340 right now, compared to the $450 or $500 that they're selling it for in the United States or other countries. I know in other countries it's even more expensive when you factor in conversions and stuff. So yeah, I mean, big surprise. The country where it's cheaper is where they sell more units. That's, I mean, frankly, unsurprising to virtually everybody. But the fact that it outsold the Americas is honestly, that is surprising, just considering like how many more people there are in the Americas. There's a big discrepancy when it comes to demand between these two countries, right? Now, the other thing too, and this is important to touch on here, is that Japan did have supply issues when they launched the Switch 2, right? So when you look at these other quarters here, you're going to see Japan is actually much lower than the Americas in both of these quarters. And that's for two reasons. One, demand is really high and supply was really low. And so they would go to the store and they can't buy one now. So it's possible that for this holiday
PlayStation failed because they were too concerned with the American market. Absolutely, yeah. Like again, I've been saying this for like since like the Wii was unveiled actually. Like, the American game devs and analysts like really um overrepresent their own importance in the global stage, especially when it comes to like the Japanese thing. Okay, like they really think that they're a bigger deal than Japan just because like we're America, bro. But like in actuality, Nintendo's been the Japanese have been raping them for like 40 years. You know, it's just the reality of it.
season, Nintendo finally opened the floodgates and they were like, okay,
This is actually one of those observations that really made me hate like gaming culture, by the way, because like I was noticing this like so the narrative back in 2005, right, was that like the Xbox 360 was going to kill it because it was going to have all these great games on HD. It was going to be this like huge cultural phenomenon. It was the American console for American gamers, and everybody was hyping it up, and like nothing on it was any good. Like that's just the reality of it.
okay, here you go, Japan. You guys can buy as many Switch 2s as you want, or as many as we can manufacture, or whatever the case might be. But that could play a huge role here. I just thought it was really interesting to point out that they actually outsold the Americas here. I wonder if they have anything up their sleeve to get demand up in the Americas for 2026. Because let's face it, this upcoming Switch 2 title release schedule.
Yeah, his haircut is pretty retarded. Yeah.
is like not that interesting in my opinion, right? We've got Animal Crossing, that's already out. We've got Mario Tennis, okay. Pokemon Pokopia, sure. They're re-releasing Mario Wonder with a little add-on here. And we've got Yoshi in Spring, Fire Emblem, and Splatoon Raiders. Splatoon is actually a pretty big franchise. We don't know if it's coming this year. It could come in 2027. They probably are trying to rush it for this year, honestly, but we'll have to wait and see. And on the topic of a game that will move units in North,
They're rushing Splatoon Raiders. Like, okay, that is so unbelievably dumb. You do realize they produced the original Splatoon in like 10 months, don't you? Like, these games are not hard to make. They are, that is fucking insane. They're rushing Splatoon Raiders. Yeah, so that's why they revealed it in a Nintendo Direct, a Nintendo Today reveal like last year. Yeah, okay. That seems like the
America,
right
I do think we have to talk about what we have already, right? And I've gone on record and said, look, Mario Kart World, it's a fun Mario Kart game. I've played it. I think it's great, okay? I think Mario Kart 8 is probably a little bit better,
Wrong,
but I
wrong.
really don't
Not
hate
true.
Mario Kart World. I think it's totally fine. I think if you're like heavy into the online scene, maybe you're frustrated with it, that it is what it is, but it's a fine Mario Kart game. Donkey Kong Bonanza, solid game. It's a solid game. It is what it is. I'd say it's probably like an 8 out of 10, maybe an 8.5. Totally reasonable game. It didn't hold me till the very end. I just couldn't care to do more of the same, but it was fine. And then we look at some of the other games, right? We look at Legends EA Switch 2 Edition. This definitely moved units of the Switch 2, there's no doubt about it. But if we look here, Legends EA sold 8.41 million units on Switch 1 and 3.89 million units on Switch 2, which is a grand total of 12.3 million, which means Legends EA has still sold worse than Legends Arceus. And it's no surprise why. I mean, the game is worse than Legends Arceus. It's
sold worse. Legends Arceus came out in January of 2022. It had like an entire year to build up its momentum. Like, what's he talking about? It sold worse than Legends Arceus. Like, no, it's actually selling quite a bit better, actually, going by like the trajectory. Like, this is a giant cope. Okay, this is something that like really needs to be said. Like, it's just dumb. Okay, like just dumb.
just look at it, right? Like, I mean, doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. Then we look at Kirby Air Riders with 1.76 million units sold. But when we look at how that number is broken down here, right? 900,000 of them are in Japan alone.
Nobody cares.
860,000 are everywhere else. So the Americas, Europe, and every other region outside of Japan. All of that combined doesn't match the sales numbers for Kirby Air Riders in Japan alone. So it's like, okay, Kirby Air Riders, clearly that wasn't the game that was gonna like move units in the United States. And then you think, okay, well, where's Metroid Prime? Jeez, they don't even mention Metroid Prime. We look here, they don't even tell us like the Metroid Prime Switch 2 units aren't even listed here. That must be embarrassing. It's not even under Switch 1 either. They just don't talk about it. They're just pretending, oh, here it is. They just have the launch date. They're just like, yeah, that game happened. It definitely came out, but they don't tell us anything. Look, I'm just gonna Control F. They only mention Metroid Prime 4 3 times in this entire document, and none of it references sales numbers, okay? This is the only time we see Samus in this entire presentation. They're just trying to move on. They're just trying to pretend like that didn't happen. Don't talk about Metroid. It sold 9 units, all right? So it's like, okay, Kirby Air Riders and Metroid Prime 4 really kind of flopped bigger than I thought they would. I mean, I guess I didn't really...
No, absolutely not. Okay. So people need to stop like thinking Metroid Prime is a huge seller, first of all. You know, people think it's like this multi-million thing. Like the Metroid Prime 3 sold like 1,400,000. Okay, not a huge amount. Okay, like Prime 4 probably did about the same or maybe a little bit less. It's not that big of a deal. I think, like it's just like these have never been big sellers. So like the fact that this guy is coming out like, oh yeah, I totally flopped, like it's a complete misrepresentation, honestly. And again, like where was this energy when Dread actually became the best-selling Metroid game? Because I remember when that happened, and David Jaffe was like going out and like, oh, this is the worst game ever, bro. Like, like it took a couple of years for Dread to get the respect it deserved. And I think Prime 4 is kind of going down like a similar arc. But like right now we're still in the middle of like jokers like this, just making these claims like, oh, I flopped. Like, no, it didn't. But
really have any expectations for Kirby Air Riders because I knew outside of Japan that was like a mega niche thing. So what's the game that's gonna move?
Oh yeah. I barely even mentioned Air Riders. Okay, so yeah. Air Riders is selling on par with like other Kirby games. Okay, like Forgotten Land is the all-time like GOAT, like best-selling Kirby game ever. But like Air Riders is doing very well for itself as well. So like that's definitely doing well. But it outsold the original, so that's
Switch
something.
2 units in 2026. Okay, we went over this already. Let's look. They show some third-party stuff here. Okay, so we've got Dragon Quest, Yakuza, Reanimal, Resident Evil, maybe, right? Maybe Resident Evil. You got Monster Hunter Collection.
Did you just ignore Fatal Frame 2? What an idiot.
Elliot, maybe sometime in 2026. Professor Layton, cool, right? I know there's people that are excited about the Switch 2 edition, but again, that's a Switch 2. Oh, it's a Switch 2 edition. I'm so sick of the Switch 2 edition thing is not working. Can we just say it's not working?
No,
okay,
absolutely not. I mean, your copes for this aren't working. Is just kind of my opinion on this. Like, this is just such a delusional thing, and something I really need to say more is that like the complaints about the Switch 2 edition things, like they really need to get slapped down, and they need to get slapped down hard. Like, you need to stop. It's embarrassing. Like, Mario Wonder, I think, is going to do like way better than I think most people are expecting. So hopefully that'll be the end of it, but I really don't think so, honestly. Don't tell this guy that Ghost of a Toy only sold 1 million more units than Kirby, and I'm sure Kirby costs a lot. Yes, yeah. Don't bring that up, Goy. Don't bring that up.
Because nobody bought a Wii U, okay? So then when you release the Wii U games on Switch and everyone actually has a Switch, it's actually going to work. But when you do this and you just keep re-releasing Switch games for Switch 2, it's like, we already have those games.
Wait. Holy fucking shit. He's saying this about Professor Layton and the Wonderful World of Steam, a game that isn't fucking out yet. Holy fucking shit. He's really going this direction with it. Like, it's just, what? Huh? Kirby will probably sell more over time. I agree. Like, I think Forgotten Land like really has done a ton of numbers over time too. Yeah. So like, yeah, Air Riders I could see doing really well like over a long period of time, but
everyone already bought. It's right there. Okay, everyone already bought the Switch games. Everyone already has a Switch. Why would I upgrade? It's not like we're not talking about like some insanely graphically impressive. Like, this is Professor Layton, boys. Anyway, I digress. Then we see the Mario Bros 40th anniversary initiative, and like, look, I'm just gonna say it. There's just not a super cool thing that happened for Mario's 40th anniversary. Now the movie is different. That's gonna be a big deal. It's going to be a box office success.
What a
it's going to be just.
There's nothing good coming out from Mario's 40th other than the movie. Yeah, I love how these guys have to like go out of their way to just be like, well, the movie doesn't count. I saw RGT do this too. Like, I don't care about the movies. Like, shut the fuck up then.
As successful as the first one, if not more successful. Okay, that's going to drive units of Switch 2 sales. It's probably going to drive units of this Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 bundle. I get it. Okay, the movie is the 40th anniversary initiative, but there's not like a Switch 2 exclusive initiative, right? Like, what is it? Yoshi in the Mysterious Book is the Switch 2 exclusive for Mario's 40th anniversary. There's no way, except there is a way, because they've already announced that Mario Wonder with Bella Bell Park is what's coming out around the time of the Mario movie. So it's like, unless they've got some 500 IQ Giga Chad play to just drop Odyssey 2 out of nowhere, it's a surprise drop, it's not been leaked. I don't know. I think the 40th initiative, this was a big opportunity to send Switch 2 units flying off the shelves, and it will give it a bump. The movie will give it a bump, right? For sure. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. So we come back to this chart and we're like, man, Japan is really doing a lot of heavy lifting for that last quarter. And we're thinking like, okay, well, what's the North American title that's going to move units? And it's just like, literally no one has an answer to that question still. And we've been asking that question since like, I don't know, Legends EA came out like October. Anyway, we're off in the weeds at this point, guys, but like, I'm curious.
They keep doing this thing where they're like, oh yeah, where's the big Western game? Like, Yeah, where have they been for the past 30 years? Like, why don't you ask the Western developers for that? You know, it's just a dumb cope. It's just a giant cope.
A busy day for gaming news. So much so that there are a few things I wanted to point out here going into tomorrow when I'm going to do a full breakdown of Nintendo's how they did with their recent fiscal quarter, which spoiler, it was very good and Nintendo does seem to be on track to not only hit the 19 million, but I think they might have an opportunity to go for 20 million potentially in this current fiscal year. Certainly 20 million in the first.
Yeah, this guy's a joke. I don't want to listen to him. Okay. No one expected Nintendo to reveal this. Yeah, talk about clickbait. Okay, I think that's everything. I think that is everything. Because yeah, I just have like a bunch of RGT videos. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna switch over to gameplay. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a brief break. I'm gonna eat some more lasagna, and then I'll come right back after I take a brief break. But yeah, do we have anything else to talk about real quick? Let's see. See. Let's see. Nostalgia. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else happening. Let's see. No one expected Nintendo. Nintendo. Okay. Kit and Krista. Nobody cares. Yeah, I think that's everything. I don't. Has Review Tech USA commented on anything? Let's see. Is he doing anything? Sony just patented the worst idea ever. Yeah, 4,000 views. Wow. No wonder he can't keep me off of his thumbnails. It's the only time anybody pays attention to him. Okay, he hasn't talked about this yet. Okay, I believe that's everything. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna take a brief break, and I'll come right back. Alright. Uh, yeah, I'm not speaking it again. It's like, well, my actual bill. What do you claim? He doesn't respect them. Yeah, I don't respect them. Wait, is it not plugged in? Well, hang on. I swear I had it. Okay. Yeah, here we are, still. Yeah, he see it. Yeah, I did see it. Yeah, we reacted to it earlier, actually. Like, yeah, I said the same thing. Like, he's giving up. He's done. Because he knows, like he's a meme now, and that he kind of has to pivot away from this. Because if he keeps doing it, like it's all he's going to be known for. So he's just gonna try doing like general gaming content going forward. It's not going to work either. He's always going to be known for this period. It's the only thing that like anybody knows him for. Game explain, yeah, I think so too. Yeah, maybe I should stop eating that lasagna because it's really good, but like I don't know, I'm kind of worried that like I don't know, man. Am I gonna gain weight? I'm gonna have to check. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I didn't even notice I was followed. Wow. Yeah, multi-stream seems to be working again. It wasn't for a while, but Garfield, yeah, I'm Garfield. Yeah, so we've been playing this constantly the past couple of nights. I can't seem to beat this. Like I said, this is one of the most underrated platformers ever. And the fact that like Mario Wonder is getting its own challenge mode is very, very exciting to me. Uh, I don't know. Wario Wonder getting like new content should be like really exciting to like people in general. But yeah, you just know that like most people are gonna downplay it. Again, I kind of noted in my video that like Mario Wonder was super downplayed when it first came out, but it does feel like over time it's gonna be like the definitive 2D Mario. I think. Like at least until they make a new one, but who knows when that's gonna be? Well, I guess Belleville Park is the new one, but like I don't know. I'm very interested in this. It's definitely very telling to where things are gonna go in the future. Or like I don't think they're gonna like pump out games like this like they used to. Oh, holy shit, we did it. We actually nailed that. Holy shit, like okay, so that's what you're supposed to do, huh? But again, this is like a minute long fucking run of all these crazy jumps. This is brutal. Like I don't understand how anybody's supposed to do this. Yeah, I need to like probably I need to get through all my library materials because like I haven't finished Coco yet. I think yesterday or this morning I watched like an hour of it, but I didn't quite see the ending. I think I know where it's going, but like if it turns out to be that, I'm gonna be pissed. Like I've heard about like Disney's shitty like twist villains. Like I fucking hated Hans. I think more than most people. So like I'm very interested in seeing if like Coco is the same. Actually, I was thinking about this. Is it Disney or Pixar? I actually have no idea. I was kind of thinking about that because like when I was watching this, because I think traditionally it was like, well, Disney does hand drawn and Pixar does 3D, but like no. These days like Disney does 3D as well. So I actually couldn't I actually had no idea. I think it is Disney, but I mean I guess Disney owns Pixar, so it's kind of a needless distinction. But I mean if it is Pixar, it's like quite a bit better than I would have expected from them considering their reputation, but the haters in chat claim you're bad at this game. They haven't played it. Yeah, this is really hard. If you've never done the challenge mode for this, it's brutal. Like it will take you like 40 hours to do everything in this. And I'm really good at this game too. So Yeah, it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of so the Royal Rumble was last Saturday, and I was just kind of like, where the fuck do you watch these Saturday shows? Because like I kept having these issues where like things would happen in the Saturday shows and they would reference them in like the Monday shows, and I would have no idea what they're talking about. And like today, they're like, I boot up Raw, and they're like, oh yeah, Braun Breaker is pissed because of something that happened during the Royal Rumble. And I'm just immediately like, I can't watch this if I didn't watch the Royal Rumble. So like it's not there in the tab. It has its own section, but it's like the Royal Rumble from last year, and I'm just very, very confused. I was very, very confused about like what was going on. Like I don't give a fuck about the division. I've heard the Royal Rumble was really bad, but I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, I was just like looking at all these shows. So like WrestleMania has its own tab, Royal Rumble has its own tab, Raw has its own tab, and I'm just like, how the fuck are you supposed to figure all this out? Coco was released in 2017. That means it made less than Spider-Man: Homecoming. I don't know. It's better than Spider-Man for sure. I don't know. I never want to hear about Spider-Man again, honestly. Like Spider-Man's a dead IP as far as I'm concerned. So that movie's almost a decade old. Crazy. Because I don't know. I just GTA 6 still on schedule. Yeah, for now. Mark Ackerman. Wait, who? Ackerman. Mikasa? It's the only Ackerman I know is Mikasa and Levi, I guess. But oh wait, that's a spoiler though. I hate how you can't talk about Attack on Titan these days without people spurging about the ending. It just feels really brain dead. I mean, it reminds me a lot of like when Harry Potter first ended, and like the Spurgs were like freaking out, like, "Oh, this is the worst ending ever! Oh, I killed the IP!" Oh, and then it became it's a huge classic. Like, I don't know. I think Attack on Titan's ending will be reevaluated over time. But yeah, I was like, I wanted to watch the Royal Rumble, and I can't fucking find it. I'm just like, why? How the fuck can I watch Raw if I don't watch the Royal Rumble? I'm just like Paul Heyman's on stage, like, oh, this isn't Braun Breaker's fault, it's Adam Pearce's fault. And I'm just like, apparently some masked man attacked like Braun Breaker or something. And I'm just like, really? Like, fucking, I don't know. I don't give a fuck about the division. They just, why do they try selling them so much? Like, I don't know if they're supposed to be the biggest names in the circuit or whatever. I don't know how this works. Yeah, like I'm so sick of them taking up so much screen time. Like I don't fucking care about like Adam Pierce and like his beef with like bum 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 bum. Bots, where? Yeah, I'm curious how long I'm gonna stream. Yeah, so I got up really early today at like 4 a.m. and like I ended up taking a nap around 1. So like I'm kind of confused about when I'm gonna go to bed. It's midnight now. I don't know. I hate it when this happens. I really should have just like stayed home or something, but I tried going out in the morning and like I did some stuff, but then like I took a nap and then I went out again, and it's just like, why the fuck should I do that? I'm just like, yeah, I hate it when like I just eat something and then I crash. That's actually what happened is that I ate out because I was planning on doing a bunch of things out when I was out, and then I just ended up crashing and I had to come back, and it's just, I don't know, man. I hate that so much. And then meanwhile at home, when like I want to go to sleep, I can't fall asleep for the life of me. So it's very, very frustrating. Bad Bunny. I think everyone should just boycott the Super Bowl and not watch it. Like if you're watching for the Mario movie trailer, I guarantee you they're gonna upload it to their YouTube channel like immediately afterwards. So I would just do that. Like, why watch the Super Bowl? Like, I just don't like. I'm very against the idea, and I really encourage people to just like stop watching. Same with like all the other sports leagues. Just don't give a shit about them. Uh, yeah, I hear the NBA is like losing relevancy, which is great. Like the NBA is probably one of the worst ones. So, yeah, if football falls, that would be amazing because that's like the one that the boomers like obsess over. Like if we could deal with the football thing, that'd be glorious. And like it feels like it's becoming more normalized to start bullying like football players, but Mm. How the hell are you supposed to hit that running? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Oop, fuck. Yeah, that's a ton of time. Yeah, I had that going until the end there. Yeah, LeBron is using that. Yeah, they're all like that. You know, that's gonna be a thing going forward. Is that they're just gonna have like their kids and put their kids into the NBA. So you're gonna have like LeBron the third playing on like the same team. Like it's just like, why even fucking bother? 10 million for 30 seconds. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. Yeah, especially if this is like an unpopular Super Bowl. Like if this is the Super Bowl where like Americans tune out, like that's gonna be like a big blow against Nintendo. So I'm kind of concerned about that. This may be a miscalculation on their part. I doubt it though. I feel like we're not quite at the point where like people are just learning not to watch football. It feels like people, like especially older people, are gonna just keep gobbling it up no matter what. Like people are just obsessed. I don't know, man. Like IU won some like championship, and I don't give a fuck. Or I think they did. I don't know what happened, but like IU was like doing something they hadn't done in years, and I'm just like, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? I don't. Like fuck the teams, fuck the fans, fuck the school. Like it's just like what has football done for anybody is what I want to know. Yeah, I don't even know who's playing these days. O.J. Simpson, yeah. Yeah, O.J. Simpson, the murderer, yeah. Yeah, I was watching like the Naked Gun reboot and like they're like doing that bit where they're all like crying in front of their parents' pictures, and then like it cuts to, like OJ, and then like his son is just like, yeah, fuck him. It's just like, really, we're really going there. I don't know who they get to replace that like Dyke in like the women's like girls, the women's like football team, soccer team, excuse me. Yeah, I was like, the instant she retired, I'm just like, wow, we're never gonna hear about this bitch again. Like, I was just like, thank Christ. Like, I don't know. What is she like the most? Was she like the most woke athlete at the time? I feel like she was. I don't even remember her name now, but like, uh, trans and non-binary. Is that a thing? Like, I don't know. Like, troons don't seem like the kind of people that want to play sports, really. Like, unless they're like going for like easy Olympic wins, like I just don't see the point. Oh, hang on, I think I might have got it. Shit. Man, it takes us 7 full seconds to like run across that. It's crazy. In WNBA? Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, basketball is one of those sports where like women can't compete at all. Yeah. Well, I mean that's all sports, obviously, but especially in basketball. So I guess we have to just improvise whenever we like. It takes legit this long. Yeah, I'm having so much fun with this. I barely even notice how long this takes, but like, yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, this really is one of the most like underrated Nintendo launch games ever because it was so good. This kept me busy throughout like all of 2013. You know, like playing this, it was crazy. Yeah, yeah. Could we see a Nintendo Direct announcement soon? Tomorrow's Wednesday, so I don't think it'll be this week, but maybe next week. It could theoretically be very very soon. Shit. Yeah, I remember I completely overlooked this game, this mode for a long time, and then I discovered it, and I'm just like, this is the best mode in the game. Shit. I feel like a lot of people ignore stuff like this, but it's really good. Play the best game in the world, or I'll hit your souls. Ah, shit! Like I keep fucking up. Partners Direct. Like people don't realize this, but like it doesn't just mean third party games. We could get some like third parties working on some Nintendo IPs. So yeah, I don't want to see some stuff like that, but hopefully like really good ones and not shit like Mario Rabbids. Is RE9 coming out for Nintendo or what? Yeah, it is. That's been confirmed. Yeah, it's coming out this month. Yep, day and date. Yeah, towards the end of the month, I think actually. Play the Gatus. Yeah, people are spurging about RE9 because it only has like 3 enemy types or something. Like, I don't. It'd be very interesting if this wasn't a very well received RE. I mean, because people made excuses for 8 and like 2 remake and 4 remake, especially. But like, I think if 9 fails, this might be the end of the IP. We'll see. Especially if it's like they're desperate enough to put it on Nintendo consoles now. Like, that's the thing that I think is really gonna kill it. Is that like, shit? Is that like without like the minds without the Nintendo hate driving them, I don't see a lot of shills like coming out for them. Yeah, people are calling like RE9 woke because like the female lead isn't like in a bikini or something, but like, bro, she looks fine. Like, I don't know. I really have an issue with like people spurging out about like female character designs today because I actually like it when like female characters are designed like that. I don't know, bro. Like the sexy unlockable outfits should be like a post game thing. You know what I mean? So like, what exactly is the issue here? But yeah, this is the first time we've gotten a day and date RE since like I think 4 actually. So that's a big deal. They like Capcom's been giving us the runaround for years. Like remember when they gave us those shitty like rail shooters on the Wii and then tried to say that like, because they failed that like they wouldn't be putting any more Resident Evil games on the console. Like people were telling them like don't make shitty rail shooters, make a real Resident Evil game. And they absolutely had like the ability to do it, but they just chose not to. Silent Hill. Which one? F or 2R? Like honestly, I just want a Silent Hill like collection of like 1 through 4. Like I don't want anything else from them. I won't buy anything until that happens. I might get F. F kind of interests me, but like I'll probably just go to like the library and pick that one up. Honestly, man, I love abusing the library. I've been like going there every day and just like picking up like random shit. I got some games today actually. I don't know when we'll get around to streaming them because I wanted to play this first, but yeah, we need like Silent Hill, like the classic Silent Hill re-release because it just feels like, oh, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Like it just feels like Silent Hill is just so many like Silent Hill fans have never played the original games, and like they really desperately need to like start selling the originals to a new audience, because otherwise they're gonna die out. It's just I don't know. It was very frustrating seeing Silent Hill 2 remake come out and seeing very little pushback against it. Because I remember when like the HD re-releases came out and people were like spurging out about the fog not being right and like the cracks and like the street being wrong and like the voice acting and all that stuff, like very particular stuff. And then like the remake comes out does way worse by every metric, and like you don't get like anywhere near the same amount of backlash. And it's just kind of interesting how it kind of feels like the autistic Silent Hill community is just kind of no longer a thing. It's just Konami paid people to show for the remake. Yeah, that was part of it, but like there should have been a lot more like genuine pushback to it, and I just didn't really see it from anybody. Like especially not hardcore fans. It was very disheartening, honestly. Like it feels like the gaming community is kind of controlled at this point, where they'll say whatever the industry tells them to say. Um, I mean, I try to salvage myself there, but it's like Super Mario Run, only not complete garbage. Maybe Konami put Angry Joe. I doubt that. I don't know. Maybe they did, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know if Angry Joe has done any uploads this year. I don't know like about actual video games. He's finally uploaded all of, like the top 10 videos, but they were all very boring and like didn't really make a whole lot of sense. Like I'm looking at his like top 10 worst video, and I'm kind of like, why would you ever play this? Is kind of my mindset. That's kind of how I feel whenever I buy like shovelware or like whenever I play some weird shit. Like, I bought Spy Family, not bought. I played Spy Family a while back. Like, why the fuck would anyone buy this? Is kind of like a feeling I have, but make his controversies video. Like, did he stop doing those? Because like I remember he pussied out at talking about Gamergate in 2014, and like I just never paid attention to them again after that. Like, because he never talks about the actual controversies. He tries to make up some bullshit. I don't know. Like his is a dying channel for sure. It's kind of crazy to see like how sharp the drop off is. Like he's just sitting there reviewing movies every day, and like nobody fucking cares. Nobody wants to watch them. Like I used to watch them just to get his take, but now I'm just kind of like, you know what? Fuck him. Fuck his taste. Fuck Warhammer. Fuck Marvel. Like I just don't want to hear about it anymore. So like I'm done. And I had to wonder like if other people like feel the same way. Like it is really weird how people worship brands like Marvel, DC, and like stuff like that while like downplaying Nintendo games. It's definitely kind of odd. Like people think that like Warhammer is gonna like massively grow in the next couple of years, and yet it's just obviously like not. Like it only took off the way it did because of like uh people thinking it would be immune to like SJW bullshit the way that like Star Wars wasn't. And that's not really true, but like it feels like people are just going to start ignoring like the official Warhammer lore anyway and just like make up their own bullshit. They are. Yeah, they're very very autistic. And I'm glad to see like more people are making fun of them cuz like for a while there people were just like, "Oh, it's the most badass grimdark thing ever." Oh, and like I think more people are kind of seeing through it. I'm seeing through it. I always talk a lot about that, about how much of a joke the lore is and that. But yeah, like the hype they put to like, games like Space Marine 2, it was just very misplaced, and I do wish that like people would call it out more often. Yeah, that game came and went faster than I think most overhyped PS3 PlayStation and Xbox games. Ah shit. Like I can't go any faster. I keep like screwing up at some point. I'm like consistently getting like 65, but like yeah, I cannot nail that last stretch, but okay. Yeah, maybe I should end the stream and just focus on like getting through my movies or something. I don't know. Angry Joe didn't make his controversies video. I'm having problems finding time to read because I'm just so busy all the time. I had to like, I think I'm gonna send my 3D printer in for maintenance. It's a shame I can't do it myself, but I'm still learning, and I don't know. I'm kind of worried about screwing it up. Remember when Angry Joe complained about Nintendo? Yep, absolutely. Like he does that every time they win. So, um, yeah, it'll be interesting to see like what happens if like Nintendo wins a Game of the Year award in the coming years. Because like I do think we're kind of at the point where, well, traditionally they would only give Game of the Year awards to Zelda, right? Like that's always been like the cope. So I'm curious if like we're gonna get to the point where like some other Nintendo game gets it and like they just can't downplay them anymore. I'm curious if that's gonna happen. I don't think we're gonna get a Zelda for a long time, but like, yeah, if we go the next like 5 years without like any Nintendo games getting nominated at all, like I really wonder like how much that'll hurt the Game Awards credibility. I mean, like we learned today that like Pokemon Legends EA outperformed Clair Obscura, which is hilarious. But Pokemon Legends. So yeah, that is gonna be very interesting if that like becomes common knowledge. Because ZA was not supposed to do that well. Like Omniarch can sit there and try and say like it didn't so as well as Arceus, but like it totally did. So I don't know. I think ZA kind of demonstrates how popular Pokemon is. Prime 4 could have won if it hadn't been a hate campaign. Uh I think Prime 4 needed like it needed to improve the mine area. It needed to have like more things to do in the desert, and yeah, I mean, I think there are too many problems with Prime 4 for it to ever to win Game of the Year. Honestly, it's definitely way better than like any of the other nominees, but it's like, well, I mean, there were better Nintendo games that year. That's the problem. I mean, your sub count doesn't matter that much, really. Like if your sub base isn't like watching your content, it doesn't matter. Like again, we kind of saw this with like Review Tech USA. He had like 1 million subscribers, which sounds great, but he would average like 100,000 views per video, right? Like his views were always like very, very static, in spite of his huge following, because like he would always get subs, and then like people would just stop watching his content because they would realize he's an idiot, but they wouldn't necessarily unsub. So what you would get was just him like getting like tackling every major news story for years and getting a ton of subs like that, but then never really and then never really like growing your channel, like actually getting a real engagement and real support. Like there's a reason like he declined the way he did, is that like he was very much reliant on like clickbaiting like current events, and like when that fell through, he like tried to shift to localdom, and it just didn't work. I mean, he had 1 million subs at one point. He doesn't anymore, but a lot of these channels that had 1 million subs like thought they were invincible for a long time, like Jim Sterling. Like he bleeds like subs like all the fucking time because of his antics. I don't know where he's at right now. I think I last watched his video on Hogwarts Legacy, which was like 3 years ago now. Like every single fucking time I watch his video, like I react to one of his videos. Like I always like break out laughing whenever I see how he looks now, because like he's LARPing as a woman with like a top hat and like a purple suit. It's like I'm just like, huh? I'm very confused by this. I don't know. Like Jim Sterling was like a huge name in game journos like a decade ago. So it's very interesting to see how quickly he fell off. And like Yahtzee, Yahtzee's irrelevant now. Spoonie, of course, doesn't produce content. Like, I don't know, like all the old guard are becoming irrelevant, and like people like Nintendo aren't cutting it. So like there aren't gonna be like relevant Nintendo haters left at this point. Yahtzee tried going after Brothership, and that didn't pan out well. So that's right. Yahtzee's not even on zero punctuation anymore. He had to leave because of a labor dispute. Like Yahtzee, I think is like he was always a liberal, but I think he's like leaning more into like more like extreme left wing, like Marxist like thinking now. So that will alienate his audience once he makes those views more like commonly known. Like Yahtzee's finished, honestly. It's just got called out for saying Resident Evil and Silent Hill need remakes. Yeah. Like nobody's happy with the remakes. Like no real fan is happy with the remakes. Like if they did like a good job, like redoing them for a modern audience, yeah, that would be fine. But they're just not. Like especially in Silent Hill's case, like plenty of people like RE2 remake, but like I mean that's kind of misplaced. But, like nobody likes the Silent Hill remakes, like nobody. So like it's definitely very confusing how so many shills like desperately try to like justify them. Yeah, I think that's the last Yahtzee video I've seen actually was the one where he was like damage controlling Silent Hill F, and it's just like, yeah, okay, whatever, bag. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know, man. As long as it has a story, he's gonna be there like salivating over it. Like, oh man, marriage bad. This is so complex. Huh? Dead Space remake is great. Yeah, it's not. It's not as good as that's primary. Okay. How the hell did I do that? Did you see that? Like, I did a spin jump and I just killed my momentum somehow. Yeah, like that's like they were desperate to make Dead Space a thing again because it was like it really was one of like the last relevant things that like EA was ever involved with. Because after that, like they went full tilt on just the sports ball thing, and that's just kind of imploded over the years. So yeah, they were really anxious for Dead Space to do well, and it just completely failed. Yeah, they were talking about doing a sequel, but nope, they didn't sell enough. I mean, I've always hated Dead Space. It was never scary. I'm just like, oh no, like the aliens are like, are there like one enemy types? I don't know. Like Dead Space really is just a worse RE4 at its core. I've had no desire to go back to it. I don't care about it at all. Like, remember when like they tried selling you on the idea that like Isaac Clarke was like some amazing video game character when like he never speaks? It's just like it's really embarrassing. Is Dead Space available on Switch? I don't think it is. But Dead Space is one of those things that they just worshipped for a long time. Like it was hyped as like one of the being one of the best like horror games that generation, and it really wasn't. Well, it's not like there were a lot of good ones because Silent Hill was already dead by then. But you know what I mean. Yeah, Silent Hill 4 is probably legit better than quite a lot of like later horror games that were hyped a lot more because I don't know, it's just Silent Hill 4 is kind of interesting. It's interesting how like Silent Hill was in the peak of its relevancy at that time, and yet that one was just so much hated. Like it was so unpopular compared to three. It was kind of surprising.
Time.
I might go to bed in the next hour or so. We'll see. Yeah, I agree. Like they're seriously bitching about like 30% off sales. Like, oh, everyone else's is way lower. Like, come to think of it, do we have let's see. Wow, it is so nice to see Dragon Quest like outperforming Final Fantasy. Well, I mean, I guess it's a new game in Final Fantasy VII. I mean, I just bought Final Fantasy VII myself, so and I still haven't played it actually. Yeah, Jamboree, Dispatch. Yeah, Prime 4 is still up there. Yeah, this game definitely did over a million. Hyrule Warriors. Yeah. Like I think what happened is that it did a million, but it was like separated across like two consoles. So Snow Bros. It looks like Cuphead. Okay, Yakuza. Yeah, so if you didn't know, yeah, Fatal Frame 2 is up for pre-order. Yeah, Resident Evil is coming out. Yeah, Tales of Resurrection. So there's plenty of stuff coming out in the end of the month. Yoshi. That's what would be excuse me. Scott Pilgrim EX. Oh, come on. Stop trying to make Scott Pilgrim a thing. It's never going to be a thing. Yep, Fatal Frame 2. Yep, hyped for that. Monster Hunter Stories 3. Not hyped for that. I am not picking that up. Fuck Monster Hunter Stories. Uh, we have plenty of games for how is this? Yeah, we have plenty of games for March, especially, and then April's Pragmata. Yeah, Tales of Berseria. Yeah, yeah. I'm like really excited for Tales of Berseria. I'm just like I'm pretty sure this is my first ever PS4 exclusive, so that's kind of exciting. I swear like this game is really interesting to me because I swear I heard nobody talk about this when it came out, so I know nothing about it, but I don't know. Like I've seen people say good things about it, so I think I'm gonna play some Berseria. I haven't finished like Zillia yet, but like I don't know. I wasn't super into Zillia. Like it just felt very PS3-ish RPG-ish to me, where it felt like overly westernized. Uh, I was not a fan of Zelia. I've heard Berseria is one of the best ones though, so we'll see. I mean, I've heard people say great things about Zelia too, and I'm just kind of like I'm kind of surprised by that. Holy fucking shit! What the hell was that? What did I just do? What was this autism? Okay, I screwed it up at the end, but like that might be good enough. Shit, I still fucked it up. Millia's good her outfit. Oh, come on. That's like the only good thing about it. That Millie's hot. Millie, when I talking her name's Millie. I say Millie like she's bad, like the Bad and Kaida's character. But I don't. There were things I liked about Zillia, but like, man, I just really hate that era of like JRPGs in general. Like, I just hate the way they're structured, the way they're paced. It's just like I don't know what they were thinking. Like, I guess they were trying to be more westernized, but like, it really doesn't work. Like, it really was a dark age for the genre. Sweet Tea, Retrofusion, and Warfare say they can't access chat. Why? I don't get it. What do you mean can't access? Yeah, Persona 5 wasn't a good RPG. That's my point. There's nothing good about it. Yeah, I imagine that with like Persona fans and their behavior, like I could see Persona 6 being kind of a meme in the community. Like I think with the diversity, like it's gonna lose a lot of established fans, and Nintendo fans are gonna take the chance to clown on it because, like, I don't know. That's one of my things about shit. I have on this. Like I can't stand this. Like we keep seeing Persona fans like try and say that like Persona is way better than Pokemon because like, oh, look at the animations and the visual style and like the, the story. It's way more adult than Pokemon, and it's something that like you just kind of laugh at. Like I've seen so many people insist that like Persona's not for teenagers, and it's just such an obvious cope. Yeah, Persona, like I hate more and more like the more I play it, honestly. Like I think when you like first hear about it, it really kind of strikes you as being this like way different RPG where you have to like worry about your like personal life and stuff like that. Like it really does kind of strike a chord with you like when you're first starting out. But then like you play more of it, you realize just how like contrived it all is and how forced. Like, oh yeah, the idol moved in. Like it's just like what? Bro, there are like so many like female characters in Pokemon that are way hotter than On. Like, let's be real. Like, On's like basic by Pokemon standard. Well, I mean, she's basic by Persona fan standard as well, but you know what I mean. Like, On ain't shit. Like, that simp cat like needs to get some real taste. And what is the cat's name? I can't believe it. Morgana. Yeah, I completely forgot his name. Okay. Yeah, it's like Persona is so frustrating because like it's so dialogue focused. Like most people who enjoy it like don't care about like the story or the dungeons at all. They like the idea of it really. Oh, why is my leg in the way? Shit. Well, that's how I want to sit though. Like Emma. Yeah, Emma's ass by itself is like better than like anything in any Persona game ever. It's just like Emma's not even a relevant character in Pokemon Legends ZA for some reason, and yet like inexplicably her ass is just like I love how like the narrative right now is that like Nintendo censors video games, and yet like Emma's ass is like right there and like one of the best RPGs of 2025. Like I'm seeing people try and say that like Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Definitive Edition will be censored, and then I'm just like looking at that, I'm just like, no, it's not gonna. Yeah, I don't know. Like you keep seeing people like insist Nintendo's like is gonna censor Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and it's just like, come the fuck on. Yeah, they still try to say that like XD was like censored, but like that just covered up the lolicon. So can we consider Lynn like a lolicon character? I suppose she is. I don't know. She's not the traditional example of one. Like, I think she's too old, but like, I think she's supposed to be a lolly. I don't know, man. Like that's weird to me that people like freaked out over like not being able to sexualize a 13-year-old. That's just like weird to me. Like even back in 2015, that was true. It's just like, what are you guys doing? It's just, ugh. The girl on Expedition. What girl? Like what girl on Expedition? Like what the hell is this? Why is it jerking all over the place? Stop! An extreme Nintendo hater like Clownfish or RGE. I don't know if anyone's as bad as RGE. Like RGE will straight up like try and tell you that like Nintendo used to be a gooner company until like the feminists took over, and now they're like super sanitized. It's just like it's just dumb. Like I don't know. I have more contempt for RGE than I do like anybody else in the sphere because he's such an open like pedophile. It's disgusting. Fetishize Pauline. Yeah, Pauline's like, yeah, I was worried that Pauline would be fetishized in Bonanza, but that's not really true. Like, you don't even really, I don't even really see anybody like do it on 4chan, which kind of shocked me. I mean, maybe I'm just not looking for it, but I haven't really seen it. I mean, to be fair, I'm not on 4chan a whole lot, so yeah. After seeing like Spy Family characters get fetishized, I just yeah, I no longer like go on 4chan really. It's just kind of dead to me now. Yeah, Pauline's a pretty like innocuous design, so I'm just like the fact that people freak out over her like not wearing shoes is like I don't know, that bothers me. Yeah, Chris Hansen hasn't been relevant in forever. Ah shit. Yeah, it kind of sucks that like I don't like Bonanza as much as I thought I would, but like I have so many like other games to play that I've honestly like not really noticed it that much, and I think that's a way better like way to go about it than just to spurg out about it all the time. Yeah, so Pokepia is probably my most anticipated game right now. So that's next month. Yeah, the next couple months are gonna be crazy. Like, yeah, the end of February, going into March, and then like ending with like the Mario movie in April. Oh man, it's so can't wait to go see it. I think I am gonna go see it day one actually. I might go get like midnight tickets actually. Yeah, we're probably gonna go see the Bride on Valentine's Day. So I don't know if like that's gonna be the last movie we see. Uh, Before the Mario movie comes out. But we'll see. Oh yeah, my Mario Kart jacket's coming in too, so we'll have to see how that shapes up. So that's an exclusive like Nintendo Store thing. So I ordered it, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, let's see how it is. Yeah, I really like the Nintendo Store selection. Like they have the best merch. I think the best official merch I think I've ever seen for Nintendo products. So like they've officially stepped up their game on that front, and it's definitely something that I think a lot of people are sleeping on. Yeah, traditionally I was buying like fan made stuff, but it's nice having like official material. Yeah, it's so satisfying when it all finally comes together and you finally start beating it. Ah, shit. The Nintendo exclusive. Yeah, yeah, I got the DK shirt. Yeah, yeah, I got that. A Luigi shirt. The Mario Kart one. What else? Yeah, I pre-ordered the Talking Flower. I think there was something else. No, I think that's it. Well, I got an SD card as well, so I finally got around to getting that SD card. I was like putting it off for a while because like I don't know, I just didn't want to spend the extra money, but like I was just like, yeah, let's go ahead and get the SD card. Yeah, it's only like 256, but that's plenty, I think. Yeah, we were seeing today that like OmniArc was like, oh man, like you're gonna have to buy a memory expansion to play Final Fantasy 7R, and I'm just like, yeah, so it's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't know, this isn't like I don't know, man. Back in the day, like when I needed shit like this, like I would just not get it, but like now it's yeah, I can just go ahead and get whatever I need. Yeah, but I love the exclusive stuff. It's really cool, and I think it's gonna be very popular eventually. Like, I mean, like, people have been bitching about how bad like Nintendo like merch has been for like forever. So, like, I think we're at the point now where it's starting to take off here. You do see people like wearing it in public now, so it's only a matter of time until it becomes like a mainstay. Like here, Kimishima was talking about this in like 2017, where they were like, talking about the Switch generation, how they were going to focus on like clothes and apparel and stuff like that, and it seems to have worked. Just like Soy Girl. And that is very interesting that they both premiered on April Fools. I wonder if there's any significance to it. I mean, they're both clearly channels that like tried gaming like the Nintendo hate things. So like they've probably been part of the community before. And then just tried creating the illusion that like what they were doing was like an organic backlash. But in reality, they were like studying the community and like uh making moves to like get the max amount of views. Like, has Soy Girl done anything since like the last bitch video? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think so. Yeah, I have no idea. I kind of promised myself I would never talk about her again, but it's just like she tried saying that she would never own a Switch 2, and I'm just like, yeah, bitch. Like, if you're gonna stay relevant, you're gonna have to own one. So, we'll see. I don't know, man. I think Nintendo won one of their lawsuits recently. I don't remember which one it was. Yeah, it's only a matter of time until they win their Power World lawsuit, and like, hopefully, this is the beginning of the end of the cope that like Nintendo's overly litigious because like Power World absolutely deserves to get fucked. Like How World is like, I don't know. It's probably one of the worst things that happened in the sphere since like I would say it's this gen's Undertale. Honestly, it does have that same energy to it. I don't know. It's probably not that bad. But bum bum ba da bum bum. How World will win. It's just I don't know. Like there's really no winning for Power World. Like everything they do is just to gaslight people into thinking they're a way bigger company than what they are. So the Steam Deck is obscure now. Yeah, it's like completely forgotten. Like the Steam Machine gets announced. I don't want to play with you anymore. It's just embarrassing. I mean, the Switch 2 raped the Steam Deck in sales like day one, right? And now it's at like 15 million units sold. It's like, yeah, the Steam Deck is not competing. And honestly, like every time that someone like tries to say that the handheld gaming PC is like a viable competitor to Switch, like just laugh at them. It's just a cope at this point. Like I don't want to hear it at this stage. Like it's over. Yeah, honestly, I was looking at like the UK lawsuit about like Valve, and like it does kind of feel like I don't know. I'm curious if Valve could theoretically lose it. I mean, if the Steam Deck was viable, people would like talk about it outside of like Nintendo hate videos. It's like the power world of consoles. You know what I mean? Like it would have an actual following if the, like if it was good, but it doesn't. Like the entire reason it's hyped up is just to try and downplay Nintendo, and that's something we have to talk about a lot, especially now that I've played Temtem. Like it's just like it's crazy to me that like anybody ever tried hyping it up, but like that's just the reality is that they'll just take whatever they can get. Kidding me. Yeah, I think it has something to do with the fact that like Steam prevents companies from putting games uh on sale on their platform at a higher price than they do on their own platforms or something like that. It's like it's some like anti-competition thing, I think. And that'd be very interesting if like Steam is forced to give up their like their monopoly. But yeah, I don't know a whole lot about it. But yeah, I mean, I do think people need to like get out of this mindset that like Steam is like always in the right when it comes to these kind of things. I do think that's not true. Yeah, Gabe and Sims. Yeah, I agree actually, because they're not PC master race. Because if they were, they would be like advocating for platforms other than Steam, but they don't. Like without Steam, the entire illusion of the PC master race just completely collapses. Thank you, kiddo. Gabe and Snips. I'm a Gabe and Sip. Okay, just like most of Valve games are mods of Half Life. Yeah, absolutely. Like they can't do anything. Like it's weird to me that people think that like Half Life 3 is going to be some game changer because they can't really put anything out. They haven't been cultivating a skill set. Oh. Oh. I hate Half Life, dude. Oh. I'm having so much fun with this that I can't even really stop playing. But we probably should play the library games so I can like return them. I'm anxious to get through with my library games so I can just focus on like actually doing stuff. I don't know. I think I'm ready to like call it quits. Let's yeah, I guess we could just stop now. Okay, one more try and we'll do it. Ugh. Ooh. Honestly, I really do want to just keep playing. The new marathon? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, people keep talking about like Nintendo not having any games this year, but like, what about everyone else? You know, they really think GTA 6 is going to carry like PlayStation and Xbox this year, and it's just not going to happen. I don't know. Like, is it possible that GTA 6 ends up like the Star Wars prequels, where it just comes out and it's like it does big numbers, but like people just are underwhelmed by it? How the hell did I do that? Holy shit! I think we might have pulled it off. Maybe. Holy shit! No! Someone call 911 because I was just robbed. What the fuck was that? What the fuck? Yeah, when you play this level so much and then you start like clipping through enemies, it's just like, really? This is way too hard for what it is, I think. Yeah, they really can't. This game is hard. It's brutal. This game does not fuck around. Uh, Probably can't beat the base game. Yeah, 100%. Like a lot of people don't even try. That's the thing with a lot of like new Super Mario Bros. Haters. A lot of them never even tried to play it. D platform Harman Smith. Yeah, sure. Well, so am I actually. I have beaten this before. Like I did it when this first came out. It's just it's been like years. So yeah, it's weird. Like I was thinking about this. Like the challenge mode levels to me are like more memorable than the actual game because they're just you just replay them so much. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised with how much of this like just sticks out in my memory. Oh, yeah. No shit. Marvel Rivals, yeah. Well, like again, I think a big reason like they show for Marvel Rivals is just because Marvel's like one of the only brands that like they can kind of point to and say is like um that it's like bigger than Nintendo is right now, like purely because of the movies, right? Like Marvel's like the only thing that they can kind of point to and say that like, well, like I'm playing this instead. Like with that, like, and again, it's just it's gonna be a non-issue in the next couple of years when Nintendo starts beating the MCU in theaters. But I mean, it might be as early as this year. Like, what's even coming out this year from the Marvels? Like, I don't fucking know. But yeah, people glaze Marvel Rivals for some reason, and it's just really frustrating. I'm just so tired of like hearing about like Marvel characters. I remember like Nintendo Power, like they did this weird, like I think it was Nintendo Power, where they did like this breakdown over like Fantastic Four games or like Marvel games or where they were going up to like 2007 or something, and it's just like, who the fuck cares, really? Like I think that's where I read about how like the Invisible Woman used to have like just be invisible and how she sucked. So now they gave her like all these like force field powers too. A new Spider-Man movie is coming out. And nobody's talking. Really? Well, is it another Tom Holland one? Yeah, I'm curious at what point they're gonna like retire him and replace him with Miles Morales. But yeah, I'm just tired of like Spider-Man and like hearing about it and just like with great power comes great responsibility. Like the IP is played out. It's time we just say that. I don't know. People say the '90s stuff was great, but I really don't remember it at this stage, and I just have no desire to like experience it now. In that Odyssey movie, is he? Yeah, Zendaya's in it too, isn't she? Like she is dreadfully miscast as Athena, as is like all of her other roles. Like, is that her thing? Is that she just gets casted for roles she doesn't fucking belong in? She's fucking Chani. She's fucking like Mary Jane. It's like no, she's nothing like. People don't talk enough about how much she sucks as Chani, or how much the Dune remake, Dune fucking sucks in general. I don't know. Hey man, that's the last thing I ever heard like David Lynch say in an interview. Like, please stop talking to me about Dune. I don't want to talk about it again. And then he's died and doesn't have to like deal with like part 3 or whatever. Yeah, I don't understand why like David Lynch's Dune is such a meme. I don't understand why it's such a thing. Like I don't know why it's such a hated movie. Like I think Irulin actually looks the part as opposed to that like chubby chick they got. Like Irulin's supposed to be like supremely hot, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I got my copy of Dune Messiah out of the back of my car. I had it like sitting back there and I haven't touched it. I might go back and read it soon. I don't know. I am so woefully uninterested. Like when I read it, I'm just kind of like, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. I did not care for Messiah at all. I've heard that like Dune was supposed to be the new Star Wars. Well, it's the old Star Wars, considering A New Hope was based off of it. But yeah, yeah, like I've never understood like people worshiping Dune. Like I just don't get the appeal. Yeah, the nice thing about the Odyssey is that like people are starting to call like Nolan on his shit because like yeah, the multiracial casting is like getting on people's nerves. Like Zendaya shouldn't be in it. Like fucking Helena Troy is miscast. It's just like when you see shit like that, like yeah, it's nobody's gonna watch it. Dune. I mean, hopefully this is the end of Nolan's career. Like, I got really sick of like the narrative that he was the only good person in Hollywood. Like, is that it's not true like at all. I haven't been so disappointed since the whole Rain of Fire. Yeah, I still don't know how like things work in Dune. I just don't process it. Like it's just so like convoluted and ridiculous. Like I can't follow it at all. Batman Begins. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about any of the Batman movies other than like the second one. Yeah, like that's the only movie in a trilogy I can think of like that, where like people only give a shit about the second one. Like I don't. I was shocked when like I watched Batman Begins and realized how bad it was. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Like I think like '89 like really understood the character better because like you don't fucking need like I don't want to see an origin story for a superhero ever in these movies. Like everyone's seen it before, nobody wants to. Like maybe you can get away with it if it's like never been adapted before. Like Wonder Woman's a good example. But like you don't have to show like Peter Parker getting like bit like all the time. You don't need this fucking bullshit. Batman Begins made less than Batman Forever. Really? Yeah, I don't know. Like I do think like the original like quadrilogy is like kind of endures as like an as all-time classics, and then like nobody really gives a shit about anything that happens after that. Because they're really good, like period pieces in the sense where like, oh yeah, this is like how movies were made back then. Um, like I just yeah, I just thought they were great. Well, Batman '89 is great for sure. I haven't seen any of the others in so long. I really do need to get around to it. It's definitely something I need to do. Like I said, I need to finish Coco so I can do my review, so I can like decide if I like the movie or not. And I'm leaning towards no for a very specific reason, and I'll talk about it in the review. But like, I can't believe I can't sit and watch an hour and 40-minute long movie. It's just like really like I kept like things kept coming out, or like I passed out, or I didn't want to watch it. It's just like I don't know. I mean, I guess if I don't want to watch it, but like I don't know, like I kept watching it whenever I had time. I just like I don't know. And I like it more than Suspiria. We'll say that much. Like Suspiria's like set design just like baffles me. Like, where the hell is this? Like, why is everything like so brightly colored? Like they're in Germany. It looks nothing like Germany. Underground. Yeah, I thought it was. I don't know. I just didn't. I just didn't care for it. I don't really care for most things, honestly. Like I'm watching all these movies and I'm just like, yeah, I don't like this. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. I mean, I'm not really taking the time to like sit and watch them, I guess is the problem. I've been watching a lot of clips of like Nightmare Before Christmas. I watched that too. And I'm just like, you know what? I think I actually really like this one. I don't know. I'll probably have to watch it again. I wasn't really paying attention to it, but like I think I really love Nightmare Before Christmas. But we'll see. Like it's weird. Like I grew up on Kingdom Hearts, and I played a lot of of it, but like it's weird how I never really saw like Nightmare. Like I was familiar with like pretty much every other movie in that game, I think. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, every single one except for that one. Like I'd never heard of it before. I don't know. It might be one of my favorites now. We'll see. I don't know. Kingdom Hearts is screwed. It is, yeah. Like I was actually just thinking today that like, I really think it's time that like I go back to like my Xbox One copy of KH3 and finish it, because I never have finished it. So there might be something on the agenda. They haven't re-released the games on Switch yet, but it might be a good idea to just for me to just buy it on Xbox One and just play through like the entire trilogy. We'll see. We'll see. Um, I don't know. I'm just frustrated that like I haven't beaten two at all since like I want to say 2010, 2011, something like that. It's been like years. And that's so weird because like for a while there it was like one of my all-time favorites. And like it's so strange that I've never gone back to it. And like there's reasons why it's not that good. But like Chrono Trigger is screwed. They're talking about bringing back Chrono Trigger, so like I don't know. Well, they're gonna remake it for sure with a HD 2D remake. which hopefully will be successful. But I don't know. I mean, Live Alive was great. So like, if they could do more of that and like give it some more extra content, that'd be fantastic. But screw that up. Yeah, I'm making obvious mistakes now. Yeah, it's pretty late. Yeah, I'm curious what it's gonna look like. It might not be an HDT remake. It might be a full on one. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, they did Trials of Mana. They did Romancing Saga 2. Yeah, Chrono Trigger might be next. We'll see. I don't know. I think it's way too late for Chrono Trigger though. They really missed the boat on that. Like they really should have produced a sequel by like, like the time I was interested in a sequel around the time that the DS game came out. I remember playing that for the first time and being really stoked about it, being really into it, being really hyped. And in the end, I thought the game was kind of overrated, but I don't know. Like I was still fired about the idea for a sequel. So like, in theory, if they had just done it then, but I don't know. The DS version is still the best version of the game, by the way. Yeah, like the Super Nintendo version was censored, and like it has like some weird aspects to it, like how Frog talks in like olden English when like no one else fucking does in his time period. It's just. Yeah, because of low sales. Yeah, that's a cope. That is a cope. I mean, Square's CEO is like Square has like the most retarded CEOs in history. Like they've just driven away all their actual talent. They don't know what the audience wants. They don't know what they're doing. Um, like I don't understand how they like partially own Dragon Quest and they've just like not really done anything with it. It's just weird to me. Yeah, the world ends with you. Yeah, a game that completely failed. Yeah. Yeah, there's no way the world. Well, I mean that's Nomura's pet project, and like Nomura does like pretty much like does everything in the company now by himself. So like yeah, they of course they let him make it, but I don't know. They didn't market it. They tried to just like yeah they threw that game out to die basically. Like they didn't promote it at all. They really wanted it to fail so we could go back to making Final Fantasy games. Yeah, I don't understand why you treat your people like that, but it's just. Nomura is what people think of Noma is. Absolutely, yeah. Like I was really surprised when I played Crisis Core and realized just how similar it is to like Final Fantasy 7R. Like he's been doing this for a long time. He's always had like a lot of shitty ideas about like what Final Fantasy should be. Crisis Core and PSP was competing with DS games. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like people don't like talking about this, but like the DS absolutely raped the PSP when it came to RPGs. Like it's just one of those things that like you think would never happen, but that was kind of the beginning of the end. of PlayStation was when like Nintendo started like dominating them in the RPG space. Like outside of Pokemon, obviously. Because obviously they've been doing this since the Game Boy era, but like, like so many people like bought PSPs because like, oh, that's where the Final Fantasy games are. That's where like the real developers are. Whoa. And like in reality, like DS owners were playing like crazy shit, like Elite Beat Agents and let's see, oops. Like all this better stuff. Yeah, the DS is where I started like getting into RPGs. Like there were so many cool ones that like I really hope get re-released someday. Because there's a lot I haven't played. Like Lost Magic always sounded sick. And who made that? Was that a Nintendo IP? People thought Final Fantasy was the biggest PlayStation IP. Yeah. Like people were like back in the day, I remember people telling you that like Final Fantasy was bigger than Zelda. And I think at the time it was true, but like Final Fantasy was at its absolute high point around that point, and it like started falling off around like 2007 or so. It's interesting to think about like how long Final Fantasy's been irrelevant because it really did have like the most dedicated fan base for a long time. But I cannot get I cannot find a technique to like to get up here consistently. Ugh. Yeah, MGS and like Final Fantasy were kind of put on a pedestal that they couldn't really live up to. Like even as early as like Final Fantasy X-2 and MGS2, like the cracks were starting to show, but like people didn't really give up on them until like shockingly recently. I'm Jackie Chan. I'm Jackie Chan. I gotta watch some more Jackie Chan movies. I have like shit. Screw that up. Screw that up. The Bloodborne. It really was, yeah. Because like it was getting like 10 out of 10 scores, and people were calling it like one of the best games ever made. And even when it was brand new, like people were calling out it out on it. I don't know. People say 5 is what killed it, but like I do think 4 is kind of what finished MGS. Like there was really nowhere to go from there. Like some people coped and said that like, well, we could still see Big Boss become a bad guy, and that's what's supposed to be, that was what like 5 was supposed to be about. But Yeah, I haven't played anything. Honestly, I think bouncing off that Koopa is like better than like going for the underground route. Shit. How the hell did that happen? Ah, yeah, I missed two. Come the fuck on. I thought I had this shut off, so this wouldn't happen. Bitches aren't shit. Then Mile High Club. What's Mile High Club? Which one is that? I feel like the only COD level that anyone remembers is No Russian because of what a meme it is, but is there a bigger COD meme than like No Russian? The played one? No Russian was the COD equivalent of. Yeah, I remember playing that. And like they gave you this disclaimer saying that like, oh yeah, this might be something very disturbing to some people. And I'm just like, fucking who would be offended by that? I didn't get it. I did play it by the way. Like it's crazy how COD campaigns used to feel as if like they like impacted, like left an impact because like people used to talk about like the nukes and one and like that and just like Captain Price betrays you, bro. Like it's just I don't know. I'm just kind of Ghost is a real ghost. Like isn't that the twist that like Ghost is a real ghost? Remember, no Russian. Ghost is who casual gamers think is better than Mario. Yeah, I would legit like look at like most popular video game characters of all time lists at that point and see Ghost and like I don't know, pretty high up there. And I'm just kind of like, what the like I don't know what these lists look like these days, but like back in the day you would get like Master Chief at number 3 You'd get like fucking like Ash and Pikachu, even though Ash isn't a fucking game character. You'd get like fucking Spyro in there. It's just like like I don't know. I haven't looked at one of these lists in years, but like I don't know. I'm sure they're just as bullshit today. I mean, I just went into this like today. It is like the whole Lara Croft thing because like the narrative right now is that she's the most popular female video game character, and I really don't think that's true. Even when it comes to like female leads, I don't think she really sticks out. I don't know. Lara is like the only Western like video game character that anybody recognizes. Like nobody gives a shit about Master Chief. Like Master Chief and like Doom Guy look the exact same. Am I the only one that think that? Spyro got cannibalized by COD. I thought it was Skylanders that did it. Like I legit was watching like some clip of some Skylanders cartoon on like YouTube and like Crash Bandicoot was in it. And it was like the weirdest, like most surreal thing. Is just like fucking really? I don't know. I'm kind of surprised that like Skylanders fell off the way it did. Trevor's the biggest. Oh no, yeah, Trevor, the complete nobody. I'm glad that like nobody remembers any of like the GTA 5 protagonists because that was a really annoying period too, where like, like people were trying to meme Trevor into being this like great character, and it's just he's literally me, he's literally you, and it's just like it was unbelievably cringe. Oh. Oh. Holy shit! How the hell did I do that? I really didn't think that would work. Okay, shit. I cocked. I cocked. Yeah, I screwed that up. Shit. Lara or Laura? Yeah, it's Lara. If you say Laura, you don't know what you're talking about. So if you're Jeff Keighley, like you need to have your gamer card revoked, like immediately. Like I don't understand. How do you not know how to pronounce her name? Like I can understand it if you've like never heard it like voiced aloud, but like all the games are voiced. You see her name. Okay, maybe back in the '90s or whatever, you would assume it like chalk it up to bad voice acting. But no, it is supposed to be Lara. To be fair though, what kind of name is Lara anyway? I don't. Do you think any gamer like named his daughter Lara after her? Like, does it happen? Like, I know people who've named their kids Ganon and shit like that. Scott, Scott the Waz. Well, Scott the Waz isn't a gamer, so that's to be expected. Yeah. I mean, Scott lost his gamer card a long time ago. By the way, we really should like start handing out like gamer cards, and like you should start like documenting the hours you spend playing if you want like to be taken seriously in the community. Yeah, we could call it like gamercard.com. Just like, okay. How many hours you got, bro? I keep getting caught in things. I legit think I've spent like 5 hours doing this bullshit. Uh, yeah, we're at 30 hours now. Yeah, I think we legit have. Yeah, it's that hard. I don't remember how long it took me the first time, but RTU or Nintendo wouldn't get a gamer card. Yo, I mean, Nintendo claims he doesn't own a Switch too, so yeah, he wouldn't have one issued. RTU doesn't play games, so he wouldn't get one either. Yeah, DSP would have a way more thorough gamer card than Rich or Nintendo because he actually plays games, right? Like, he's not good at them, but he does play them. I feel like I'm way too nice to DSP. It's like I don't actually watch the detractor content anymore, so I keep like getting the impression that it's like detractors are way worse than he is, and I just feel like that's not really the best mindset to be in when it comes to talking about this guy. Because I really hate Phil too. It's just like I don't know, like I can't obsess over him all the time, and I don't really want to do that. So you have to like run through this like autistic like obstacle course with like. Okay, did we get it? Let's see. Shit, just too late. Is Nintendo hate content? It is pretty bad, yeah. It's actually the main reason I clown on him. Because like when he shit talks like Bonanza or like Mario Kart World or whatever, it's just kind of cringy, and you can't really take it seriously, in my opinion. Like he shit talked Prime 4, and it's just like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm curious at what point like the Prime 4 hate's gonna dissipate because like if Omniarch is any indication, like the people who are clowning on Prime 4 are just the kind of people who like shit on Nintendo anyway. Yeah, it's nice to be doing a multi-stream again, for sure. Yeah, it's the first time I've done one in forever. So we have like Mario Tennis next week. Well, actually, we have Dragon Quest 7. Man, I never even finished the demo for Dragon Quest. I've been so busy. I don't know if I'll get the when I'll get around to playing Dragon Quest 7. Man, the endless grind like just killed my interest in RPGs right now. I'm just so done with them. Play the best song in the world, or I'll eat your souls. Dum bum 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 ba da ba da ba. Kill you. Like I said, like yeah, I genuinely think this is probably the one of the best 2D Mario's. Um, yeah, it's a toss up between this and Wonder for me. Play. Mario Wonder sold more than what people hyped in 2023. It did, yeah. Actually, no, it hasn't. Well, it hasn't outsold like the stated numbers for Baldur's Gate 3 yet, but it's going to. Like, I think as early as this year, actually, because of the re-release. Yeah, I think the re-release is what's going to do it. It's what's going to put it ahead of Baldur's Gate. Assuming that the 20 million units sold figure is accurate, which I actually doubt, honestly. Yeah, so I actually looked at the library. I was like, oh yeah, if I could get like Baldur's Gate 3 for Xbox One, that'd be Kino. So I look at my library and they don't fucking have any version of the game. And that really, really shocked me because like I was sure that like with the amount of hype it got, it would have been like this like big like must-have item, but like I don't know, it might be so niche that they don't care to own it, really. So that's kind of crazy. Could even outsell The Witcher 3. Yeah. Like these hyped like anti-Nintendo games are selling less and less every generation. Like we went from Witcher 3 to like to Baldur's Gate to this. It's just like and if it's not an RPG, it won't stick. Like honestly, like there's a reason they try to push RPGs specifically because like anything more simple just gets like exposed eventually. So like The Last of Us got exposed eventually. Like RPGs have to be complex enough where people think they're like they feel like they can't really judge them. They think it's just a skill issue. But yeah, we're at the point now where like nobody's really talking about Baldur's Gate at all. It's kind of forgotten. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is still selling really well. I feel like anybody trying to get into Zelda will get Breath of the Wild first, and then we'll move on to Tears. So I mean, I guess Tears is great for people who are like you want more Breath of the Wild, but like I'm very interested in seeing how the market responds to a new Zelda game. Like I love Tears, but I do think they probably should have just made it like an entirely original one. I don't understand why they felt the need to reuse the map. Honestly, like it wasn't that fucking good. Like if you take away the coping about the map, like Tears of the Kingdom is like like the best Zelda game ever made. It's just like there's no real criticisms against it. Expedition only selling 5 mil is proof that these hype games are only getting yes. Like nobody's paying attention to the influencers anymore. Yeah, like it used to be that EGM would run like Sonic the Hedgehog as game of the year, and like people would believe it for decades after. But now, like nobody really gives a shit. Like nobody trusts game journals. That's the problem. Like it's too complicated. What the fuck? I pressed the jump button. Like, did you see that? Crazy how the spin jump in this doesn't work anywhere, anything like it does in like Mario World. I don't understand why people hated this aesthetic. It's great. They're elaborate arms. It does. It does. Yeah. Did Uncharted 3 come out in 2012? I don't remember. I think it did. Yeah. When did I get a PS3? Was it before or after the Wii? Yeah, it was before the Wii U. And when did Uncharted 3 come out? Sorry, that's the last. Okay, yeah, it was 2011. Yeah, because I remember I got my PS3 and like it came with Uncharted 3, and I didn't want to play it before the first two. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think the way I did it is that I played the original, played 3, and then I did 2 last. 2's the one I like the least, actually, which is interesting because most people say it's the best one. Man, I hated 3. It just yeah, I'm curious how long it's gonna be until that shit's like ported over to Nintendo consoles. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna care what it is. Like, it's no Tomb Raider. Like, it's just a poor man's Tomb Raider. It's cool. Yeah. I mean, 2012 games, like Kirby Return to Dreamland. Yeah, what else came out in 2012? Yeah, 2012 I don't think was a great year. Yeah, 2011 was when like gaming kind of collapsed because that's when like Skyrim came out and like Dark Souls, like that was when like the whole like cultural zeitgeist started shifting. Uh yeah, the PS360 era, like it was the dark age of gaming. It really was. I find it like really odd how people look back on that era fondly because it was so shit. Like if you weren't a Nintendo fan. Uncharted 1 are still not on PC. Really? I thought they all were. I don't intend on ever playing Uncharted 4. I don't give a fuck. I find it weird how like game journals try and pretend it's like competing with Tomb Raider when like Tomb Raider's actually way better. Like I always find that really strange. No shit, no! Oh, I had it. If I didn't fuck that up, I would have had it. Ah, shit. Fuck. Yeah, it really was like the third parties kind of carrying that generation, and that's why it was such an issue with the Wii U. Like, where's the third parties? I can't have a video game console without my third parties. Like, I don't. It wasn't until the third party started killing their reputation with the microtransactions, which, by the way, was Jeffrey Epstein's fault. Uh, that like people started turning on them. Ed Boon. Oh. Hmm. Man, I want to beat this. I'm so tired of. Okay, wow, I can't believe that. Did you see that? I just improvised. Yeah, you can screw up and just improvise now. That's just crazy. Shit. Yeah, the thing that really pisses me off about Scooby Doo Mystery Incorporated, why are all the couples terrible? Like, I don't get it. Like Shaggy and Velma are the thing. They're the worst. You know, like Daphne and Fred are a thing. It is incredible at just how autistic Fred is, right? Uh, like Janet Nettles and Sheriff Bronson Stone are a thing, and I'm just like at this point, I'm just kind of like, bro, the best relationship in this show is like between the fucking dogs. Like, why are they all so like garbage? Janet could do way better than the sheriff. I don't get it. Like, why is this show so hooked on like hooking everybody up? Like, I don't get it. Like, let them be single. What's the big deal? Like, it's I don't know. Mystery Incorporated is interesting because I've really had a good time watching it, but like, I'm not sure I would call it a good show, quote unquote. Because like, there's just so much about it that just like pisses me off. Like, usually about like character dynamics, but like, it's it's just like I don't know. It feels like it really missed the ball on what I wanted to do. And like, I do think it is like a big part of it's like the jump between season one and season two. Because like they set up this like huge change in formula and then do nothing with it. Like, oh man, Daphne's not coming back. Oh, and then she is. It's just like, did, did they really think that people were gonna buy that? And then they like write out hot dog water in the most embarrassing way possible. I'm just like, bro, they didn't even kick out Scrappy Doo that quickly. And then like later on, they're like carrying around Scooby's girlfriend, and she gets thrown out of a helicopter, and she like almost dies. And I'm just like, this wouldn't have happened if you didn't like drag her around everywhere with you. It's just like, I don't think so. No, I think that's just before like they fell off. Yeah. So like it's really weird because like you can kind of see like shades of the problem that would like later surface in like Adventure Time because like the writers like try and pretend that like Velma was a lesbian now, which is like ridiculous considering how much she slobbers over Shaggy's dick in season one. It's just like I just don't like they wanted to do it, you can kind of tell, but like they weren't really allowed to back then. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of like middle-aged like fucking gooners who like love the idea of Velma being a dyke, and it just I don't know, it really pisses me off. I don't like that at all. Like I've said this before, but like it's just I don't know. It's just pure projection on their part. Like it's like Daphne and Velma don't even feel like friends half the time. And like you're gonna turn around and like try and tell me that like no, like yeah, I'm just waiting to see what the dark twist in regards to like Nova the dog is gonna be, because like she's just kind of like there, and I'm just like, yeah, they're gonna do something with this fucking dog. Like I was wondering if she was gonna be possessed by the disc or whatever. By the way, I hate how they set up the whole like disc being evil thing. Like I don't know, there's so much about the plot that just feels kind of contrived. Like did like we did it. Wow, I started talking about Scooby Doo and we just instantly win. I guess. Like did they establish in the first season that like Mr. E owned Destroido? Because like I swear they didn't. I swear they didn't. And then they just kind of casually bring it up in season 2, and I'm just like, was that brought up? I don't remember. And like I don't understand, like Mr. E and Pericles are enemies in season 1, and then like they form an alliance for the disc, and I'm just like, why? Like the entire plot of season 1 is that like uh the original Mystery Incorporated broke up because of that fucking disc. And like here we are, like four out of the 5 members just working together, and it's just so weird. Like like Brad and Judy, like man, they had such potential to be great characters, right? But like they don't really like. They're obviously evil from the start, and like when they backstab Fred and like he backstabs them first, it doesn't come off as like satisfying. It comes off like they didn't build this up enough, Like with season 1, they spent the entire season like building up like Fred's mayor dad as the antagonist of the season, which was great, like for the most part. I do think they probably should have done more to foreshadow it, but like yeah, he was always like set up as an antagonist. So like I don't know. Like I think they needed like less monster of the week scenarios. Like I think that's the big thing that kind of holds it back, is that like they always do this thing where they have like an unrelated plot, and then like the stinger at the end just kind of goes into like something else, like in regards to like the overarching plot, and it's like it's not really, the overarching plot is really really good. It's really really interesting, but like the monster of the week shit like tends to be like very hit or miss, and like usually miss in season 2, I would say. Um, like especially as they try to do more with the characters. I don't know. Like I don't know. I definitely don't think it's my new favorite series. Yeah, I feel like my favorite Scooby Doo material is always going to be like the direct to video movies. Scooby Doo in the Multiverse. I don't remember that. Yeah, I'd say like 80s and like yeah, the new Scooby Doo movies I think are probably like my favorite Scooby Doo material. Like I love that shit. It's weird that like the series was in decline after that. Uh, yeah, so like Scooby Dum came before Scrappy, which is like really interesting. Like, does anybody even remember Scooby Dum? Like that's the weird thing. That's the thing that always confused me about the Scrappy Doo thing is that like Scrappy Doo is a meme, and but why the fuck do you not see people complain about Scooby Dum or like the rest of his retarded family? I don't get it. Like, like the reason Scrappy Doo he was actually fairly popular when he first premiered. Like the whole like hating him thing didn't come about until later. So I don't know. I've always seen him as like the sixth member of like Mystery Incorporated. Like I just don't like. I mean, they brought Flim Flam back for like a movie, and like, just like fucking really, like Flim Flam, like he has to be way worse than Scrappy, like 100%. Like it's crazy that like there's a character in Scooby Doo who's probably more hated than like the actual like Scrappy Doo, but like I feel like people really exaggerate how bad Scrappy is. The Hub, a little bit, yeah. Like it used to be Kino, but like I don't know. I'm sure it fell off since then. Yeah, they were airing like uncensored like Batman cartoons. It was sick. Like, I was kind of shocked by that they exist, but yeah, My Little Pony. Yeah, I never watched My Little Pony. No interest in it at all. Uh, like I don't know. Like I never liked any of those Craig McCracken cartoons. Like people call him like one of the best. Well, I'm sorry. Lauren Foss, his wife. Yeah, I never liked any of her work. Foster's was shit. Like Powerpuff Girls was shit. Yeah, I never understood like the obsession with Powerpuff Girls specifically. Like, isn't Sailor Moon like infinitely like better than Powerpuff Girls? Like, surely. I don't know. I didn't watch Sailor Moon either, but it's like I watch more Powerpuff Girls than Sailor Moon. But like, yeah, I've never seen a single Sailor Moon episode actually in my 57 years of life. Never have I played. I'm sorry, seen a single like episode of Sailor Moon, and I want to keep it that way. Like, I don't want to watch that shit. Like middle school girls fighting monsters. I don't get it. Like I don't understand. Like I don't know why it was such a cultural phenomenon. I guess because like the West just wasn't producing shows for girls at all. Like honestly, like that's kind of how I look at it. Because like I don't think Sailor Moon's particularly remarkable when it comes to like its style or presentation. I don't know. Yeah, were people really getting up at like 5:30 in the morning to watch that bullshit? Man, I just don't like. I just don't get it. Like, I know someone who owned a Sailor Moon body pillow, but she's underage. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's weird. An Eva? Wait, like an actual Eva or like one of the pilots? What do you mean an Evangelion? Like, would he get in the robot to use the pillow? Is that how it works? Oh, here we go. Yeah, remember when Eva was like one of the biggest brands on the planet? Yeah, I've watched lots of anime, so it's like I've always loved anime. So it's really it was really weird to me that like I didn't really understand what it was until like I got Taname and I was able to watch well it wasn't Taname, was it? I think it was like Zach. I think it might have been like Mizuki or like I don't know. Like I remember watching Zatch Bell, right? It was I think it was the when it was premiering on Taname. And like, where they start talking about like, oh, what are you doing in Japan? And I'm just kind of like, this is Japan? Like it kind of made sense to me. Like I was kind of shocked by it because I was like raised to hate the Japanese. So like so yeah, I was kind of appalled that like, I was supporting the evil Japanese who attacked Pearl Harbor for no reason at all. Here we go. Oh shit, my chest hurts. Uh, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it was definitely really weird. Like, anime was way better than like any of that shit, like Pirates of the Caribbean. What else were people into? Like sports. Yeah, anime was like way better than all of that. Like that was I grew up in that period where like One Piece was still very niche. So like whenever I would try to talk about it, like nobody would know what you were talking about. Like it was definitely very frustrating. Naruto people did know, but people like clowned on you for that. Yeah, I think I don't think I've ever really gotten over that. Ow, my mouth. Shit. Why am I hurting? Why am I in such pain? I'm not doing anything. Like, my chest. Oh. Ow. Ah. But yeah, it's kind of a miracle that I didn't grow to have the same contempt for anime haters that I did for like Nintendo haters. And I suppose it's just because I wasn't watching enough anime. Like they weren't airing anything good on Toonami after like 2005. Um, yeah, it was all just slop until they shut it down in 2007. I couldn't watch anything for a long time. I don't know what everyone else was doing, but I wasn't able to keep up with anything because I wasn't able to like get any manga. I wasn't able to read anything. I wasn't able to get a hold of any like tapes or DVDs. It's just yeah. So I didn't get into anime again until like I was 20 actually, and I managed to like order a Blu-ray of Yu Yu Hakusho. Well, I mean it was Attack. Yeah, I got Attack on Titan first. But then I went ahead and got like Yu Yu Hakusho, and that was kind of what got me back into it. And that was a while ago. Shit, it's time to it's time to rewatch Yu Yu Hakusho. Honestly, like one of my all-time favorites. Well, I mean, I'll always rewatch like the first half. I don't know if I'll ever rewatch like the second half again. Maybe someday, but I just don't enjoy it. The ending's pretty good though. But I tend to like I tend to pretend it just ends at the Dark Tournament. Uh, can you guys slide the piranha plants? Ugh. Hang on, I felt like I was about to throw up. Wow. Ugh. Yeah, maybe it's just what I'm eating. Yeah, I think I am gonna like start passing up on the lasagna. Like it's reasonably good, but like I don't know, I feel like it's way too many calories. Yu Hakusho is better than Hunter x Hunter. Absolutely, absolutely. Like Hunter x Hunter ain't shit. Like I'm so tired of hearing women like say it's like top tier. Like, oh man, the boys are so cute. He like shut the fuck up, you dumb whore. You'll never be young again. Like I don't know. I really why the fuck do women love Hunter x Hunter so much? I really don't get it. It's like it's a very strange phenomenon. Like they all say it's like a top tier series for them, and I'm just like, why? Yeah, I don't know when I'm gonna get around to watching Hunter x Hunter and like finishing it, just so I can shit on it more effectively. I don't know. Like at the very least, I'd like to like I don't know. I think I will watch all of it one of these days, just so I can like just the female version of RGE. Wait, what? What? Huh? What are you talking about? The female version? If there is one, yeah. I mean, I guess she must exist. I don't know. So you're talking about someone who would like who hates grown men and wants to fuck little boys. I don't know. I don't know. Like female pedophiles exist, but I don't know if they like overwhelmingly prefer boys the way that like male pedophiles do. Yeah, I remember watching that like what was it? That like George Lopez sitcom thing where like a pedophile moves next door and like it's some hot chick and then like the son tries to get molested. It's like it's just like fucking really. Like I don't know. It's just like is that a thing that like would actually happen? Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, like the reason why so many of these chicks are like fucking dudes is because that like they're like whores who have just like who are just doing what they've always done, basically. Like fucking the chads in the school. So like they just don't change, you know, even after they become teachers. Like I think that's all that's happening really. Like, I don't think they really see themselves as pedophiles. I don't. RGE denies being a pedophile too, so I guess that's a common thing for them is just to deny being a pedophile. Here he goes. I just like jacking off the pictures of little girls getting fucked. Like, come the fuck on, you're a pedophile. Yaoi is what Hunter x Hunter fans like instead of Yuri. Yeah, a lot of people think that like Gon and Killua are gay, or that like Killua's brother is trans because he wears a dress. It's like, eh. Yeah, Tagashi is like an LGBT enabler, so shit. What? Yeah, I'm loving this game so much. Even after I beat that stage, I can't put it down. Like, again, that's how you know this game is Kino. The Hunter x Hunter manga guy. Yeah, he's like making announcements about how he's like finishing drawing like a title page for a chapter. It's just like he's like lazier than fucking George R. R. Martin. Like I would legit argue that like Tagashi is lazier than George. Like I don't know. Like I don't understand like the mindset he's in with Hunter x Hunter. Like I don't think he's gonna finish. I do not believe he's ever gonna finish the current arc. Like it's just not gonna happen. Yeah, is he gonna be the next mangaka to go? Which are friends. I wish he had friends. Yeah, yeah, I know that. Yeah, and they're both fucking gay. Like Sailor Moon, like, ugh. Yeah, I'm very interested in like Sailor Moon's LGBT like gay content because like I don't know how typical that is in Japan. The way she like presents it, because you would think it would be like more common in other mainstream manga, but like I don't think it is necessarily. Uh, yeah, America never even got like Sailor Moon season 5, did we? I want to go home. My stomach hurts. Maybe if I sit up, I'll feel a bit better. Why is this zoomed in so much? Like Persona, yeah. Yeah, Persona for girls, probably. Yeah, it feels like Sailor Moon just hasn't been like relevant the way Dragon Ball is. And I suppose Dragon Ball was being shown at a reasonable time frame and became super popular. Like for me, like I feel like Sailor Moon was like always popular with like fucking weirdos. And then like, Dragon Ball was popular with like actual normal people. Because like Sailor Moon fans, both male and female, are just like really depraved individuals. Like I don't really get it. Ah shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed and just the hell was that? Yeah, the spin gives you a weird arc. I've never actually tried that before. Woo! Yeah, I gotta get caught up in One Piece. I really got to. I think they're like going into like Brooks' backstory now. So I don't know. Like finally, I mean, Brooke hasn't done anything since he joined the crew. Like no, he didn't do anything in Whole Cake. Don't give me that bullshit. Like Nami was the MVP there, not Brooke. Like I don't know. I'm not a Brooke fan. He's never justified himself to me. How bad is Daima? I've never seen it. Uh, I don't know. I'm just not interested in like Dragon Ball products anymore. Uh, mate, like I'll definitely like always be a fan of like the original run of Z, uh, and the manga, but like yeah, Super could just go fuck itself. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about it again. And like honestly, people really need to get in this mindset where they stop like putting up with bullshit. And like Dragon Ball as an IP is just I get that it's what popularized anime worldwide, but like it's really something that should just it doesn't need constant new material is my thing. Like the Buu Saga should have been the end of it. How the hell are you supposed to like Oh wow, really? Yeah, Pro Jared was a Sailor Moon fan, yeah. So he's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, of just how creepy and weird they are. Like he's exactly what I'm thinking of. He's like that stereotype. Like imagine obsessing over like a fucking anime schoolgirl in your 40s. That's just weird. Like he probably still thinks like Sailor Neptune is best girl. There he goes. Yeah, I want Trinity Trigger. That's it. A big pretendo, yeah. I mean, he probably still is, but like, yeah, nobody watches his content anymore. So I don't know. I don't know what he's doing now. Like he shut down the Now in the '90s channel because it wasn't doing well, and it's just, like I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know what his current status is in the community. It just like it feels like he's kind of like the completionist now, where he's just kind of done. Like I don't. They probably don't need to make a ton of money because they probably just like paid off their houses or whatever. Like he's fucked all his whores. Like he's like older now. He doesn't need to like obsess over video games as much. I don't know. Like I don't understand why uh Gerard needed to make so much money. I mean, like if you look at like the way Gerard did his business, right? Like Gerard had like 17 employees. He was like, like he was paying like five different therapists. It's like it just feels like he's just not good at managing money, in spite of becoming like being born to a millionaire family. I'm just like Pro Jared. I don't know if if he has those kind of problems. Did he have to give Heidi anything in the divorce? Like I think at one point she was talking about making him pay for her new apartment, but the completionist. Nah, man, Pro Jared cried at FF6. I don't know if the completionist did, but like I've seen like Pro Jared cry playing FF6. They're doing like the Narshe march at the beginning, and he's just like, yeah, it's so beautiful. It's just like it's sad. Like we see that a lot with these soy boys. Like I saw a lot of that when like the Thousand Year Door came out on Switch, and like people were freaking out over like seeing Miss Mouse again, and I'm just like, bro, like when was the last time you played this fucking game? I don't get it. Like I really don't understand getting emotional over something like that. I mean, I say that, but like I got really emotional watching Coco, but here he goes. I don't know, for like a really dumb reason, but like yeah, the spins I think are a little bit faster. Yeah, the last time I saw a completionist like uploading a video, he was like doing like Nintendo Griff stuff. So he was like complaining about the Switch 2 and stuff like that. Like he's by himself now, so that's probably all he can do. I cried when Aerith died. I haven't heard anyone say that in years. I don't know. That makes sense to me. That's like a genuinely like heart wrenching scene. I don't know. I wouldn't make fun of people for that. Like the problem with like crying over Final Fantasy VI is that like you're doing it right at the start of the game when like nothing's happened yet. Like the music just brings you to tears. it's just like what the fuck are you doing? And I don't get it. It's just it doesn't make any sense. Crying in their body pillow. Yeah, when do Persona fans cry? Like I don't know, for a long time I was seeing people on V like hype up Adachi as if he did nothing wrong, which I think is kind of clowned on today, but I think that was a serious thing at one point. Yeah, I don't know what people cry over in Persona. Adachi, yeah. Yeah, I really hate how like the average Persona fan thinks he's really deep. It's just like, no, he sucks. He's an idiot. His motivation made no sense. Like, he's a bitch. I love how he seems about like being in like a rural area as if it's like some life sent like ending shit. It's just like come the fuck on. I really hate that mindset from like city people. Like, oh no, my life's over. Yeah, let's try to get through our library games. Man, like holy fucking shit. We have put 30 hours into New Super Mario Bros. U. That's fucking insane. Okay. Oh, I didn't even think to download the update for it. Well, whatever. Uh, mm, mm. I have no idea what this is. Trinity Trigger? Is this like a Chrono Trigger game? Yeah, I miss the days when I would actually get excited about playing Marvelous games because back in the day they were awesome. But yeah, lately they've gotten really cheap and they're going bankrupt. So
Trinity Trigger.
yeah, what the hell is this? I never heard of this before.
Long ago, in the age when myths
This
were
looks
born,
like fucking Wind
two
Waker.
divine factions waged war for dominion.
What the hell is
The
this?
gods of order, led by Soleus of the sun, valued law and obedience.
Holy fucking shit, it's SMT.
The gods of chaos, led by Ofnir of the storm, reveled in freedom and unfettered
Holy fucking
change.
shit, it's just a Shin Megami Tensei plot.
War consumed not only the celestial realm, but also Trinitia, land of humans and beasts. Holy weapons rained from the heavens, transforming the world with their
Yeah, I
power.
hated the John Marston thing, yeah.
They split the sky, riled the seas, shook the earth, but the dust settled with no victor.
Something Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Nim. Okay. It actually has animated cutscenes. Okay. After that last one, I was just kind of, one of them is
This
evil.
cannot be.
He's evil. Oh no, he's gonna kill the baby?
Morning already?
No, I don't think so. Marvelous sucks.
I feel like I was dreaming.
Yeah, I think I'm too tired. Yeah, I think I'll probably get up early tomorrow and like stream again. So, yeah, we're gonna call it quits for now. Yeah, thank you all for tuning into my. Oh wow, holy shit! Were we really playing that stage for 3 hours? Well, anyway.